Nothing like a technical hiccup, right, guys? So my main ISP, I don't know what happened, but it suddenly just severed my upload. All the downloads are working fine, but I have no upload on the to anything. So there's some sort of weird hiccup going on with my main ISP. But that's why I have a backup. So we're on the backup right now. Fingers crossed, no more hiccups today. I don't know what's up with that. But yeah, my main internet, we haven't had issues with them for about 6 months. But something's going on today. Because we were just going along and all of a sudden it just went nothing. We've got full download, but I don't have any upload at all. So they're doing something weird. But it's all good. That's why I pay for 2 internet connections, because got to have a backup.
Listen to your body. What does it say it needs?
Cafe later?
Good night for it.
Left the queue to get away from on-tom assholes.
Oh, hang on.
Now they're
That
here
has
anyway.
a permanent boost on it. Yes, please. I should check the other one to see if there was any permanent boost on that one. Yeah, the weirdness to it is that the download is fine, but there's no
How can I
upload on
help
it,
you
which is
today?
really weird.
We have some excellent casting leather for display purposes.
Whatever you need.
It was really interesting to me to catch. I didn't realize
Anything here
that
speak to your aura?
Thor from Pirate Software was talking about this. He was like, one of the big things for him was when he got bigger as a streamer, was he literally bought a new piece of property and
The
moved
Anthem
to where there was
almost
fiber.
shut us down
Because he was saying
because
one of
they
the big
don't
issues for his first 7 years of streaming was he would have internet outages on a pretty regular basis. And that was the big thing for him, was as soon as he got big enough to afford it, he moved somewhere where there was fiber. And I was like, you know, I don't think I would move to a city, but I would definitely be looking at, you know, as we get bigger and as Chris and I can, you know, as we look to buy our second property, I would love to buy something where we actually have fiber, because I miss my fiber connection, because that was the nice thing about living in the city, was having fiber. Technically, this backup connection is a fiber connection, but the way the guy has it set up is it's literally a local company who piggybacks off of the telephone company's fiber, which is 2 blocks down from my house that I don't have access to. So he just has a gigabyte connection with them, and then he sublets that out to people like myself. And so my backup connection is a 15 down, 15 up symmetrical, which is enough for me to do emergency streams like this, but you know, it's not my day-to-day connection. My day-to-day is our cable connection, which most days is pretty good. It's a like 320 down, 26 up. It's more than enough for me to work off of and live off of. But I do miss fiber. There's a chest somewhere around here.
So, the Demon of Virantium.
The name wasn't literal when I got it.
No, but the reputation that went with it,
I suppose I earned it.
and then some. Assuming my sources are accurate.
Past reputation means nothing when your current contract's still open.
I know the feeling.
All of these are puzzle doors I can't get past without Tash, because they're the braziers.
The chantry over there used to be the preferred meeting spot for our clients before the invasion.
The richer chantries are lit up in Mirathus. Theater, inside and out.
Keep a grip.
it must be up top or somewhere in there in a place that I don't know how to get to.
Hang on.
Southern chantry buildings have a different feel to them, not always a welcoming one.
I have not visited in quite some time. Too quiet. Too many places for ambush.
How come I can't grab a hold of that like I could on the way up? Ah!
You know, you're somewhat famous among the Shadow Dragons. At least the Demon of Virantium is.
Famous or infamous?
Because you're a mage killer. You turned that title on the Venatori. That's a point in your favor.
I saw some of the Shadows work before. Well, anyway, their good opinion is worth having.
Do I ever play any strategy games? I played Dune Spice Wars, I think earlier this year. But like Civ 7, yeah, it's not really my main jam. I mean, I'll play lots of different games if they are of a storyline that I appreciate. So like Dune Spice Wars, I don't typically play strategy games, but because it was Dune, I was happy to try it because it's Dune and I love Dune. But I don't, strategy games are not like my main jam, no. I may need to get some more coffee.
To know who I was and where I was going.
What gives them the right?
There's the place. Keep your eyes open. We may not be the only ones interested.
Of course we're not the only one interested. That's where the fun comes. go in and do dangerous stuff. Dangerous stuff that no one wants us to be doing.
He was my cousin!
Eyes open.
Oh, this is Jacobus. I wonder if we can, I wonder what the outcome will be this time around.
Time between us and our crows.
Then it's a bad day for the Antom.
And Viago sent him. That's done.
They killed Darren! They killed my cousin! They're weak on the left. Got them!
Yeah, I know I got them. Your delayed reaction, sir. But stay there in the chest, because I'm not ready to get you out yet. There's a, ladder or something I'm gonna need to get past. Figure out how to get up there. Guess maybe we're not getting there from in here. We might have to go around another side. Says I.
Please, you have to finish Darrett's contract. It's about the Butcher. My cousin was going to spy on the Butcher. He told me we'd pick up the contract from a dead drop. But then, someone has to finish this for Darrett. Please.
We will take care of it. Go back to the diamond.
I will, just give me a minute.
Sure. Alright, search the body.
We should...
Your lead panned out, or more shadow work for you. The contract's easily placed across from Tia and Viago. Just follow the marks.
That note said Dareth should pick up the contract at the usual place across from Tia and Viago. Just follow the marks.
There will be a trail of marks left by previous crows. It will lead us right to it.
I've spotted them around the city. I think there's one nearby on the walls.
There is, but
Let's
you
go
know
look.
what? I also figured out how I'm supposed to get over here to get to that chest. I gotta go up and around right there.
A crow mark. Perfectly thrown.
That's gotta be Dareth's trail. Keep an eye out.
Now, how do I get over there is the key. Hold that thought on the ladder. Woo! I almost fell. I already am Procar. So my spec so far is working my way towards the Evoker specialization. So mostly I'm focused on, it's going to be Control and Shadow Dragon. Literally these two. I haven't done too much Control yet because I don't need to. What I'm mostly focused on right now is everything within the Shadow Dragon line as I work to level 20. And then I'll start to work my way through Control as I get into the higher levels of the game. But definitely going Evoker with this build. Alright, there's a ladder over here. rapier for him. Kind of like the one I have, but whatever, we'll do it.
So this is Treviso now.
Have some hope.
Oh, I fell.
They weren't lost.
Another mark this way.
Need my coffee. I should check all
The
these
market
merchants
never
just
stops,
to be safe.
even during occupation.
Safe. I need to be
meant to pick up
safe
more
and make
spices.
sure that they don't have things
Another
that I
time.
need.
Our leather is pre-treated to remain soft and supple.
Kitty cat. I guess I've already purchased from these NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
I have another quest that's in here too, but I'm going to ignore it for the moment.
A fine evening, is it not?
What?
Nothing. You're just so serious.
So are you.
Cynical, sure. Married to the job, I'll give you that one too, but serious? Have I crossed that line? Well,
I'm quite
what now?
enjoying the banter between
Do I
these two.
brood to the middle distance? Speak in solemn tones?
All right, all right.
Here's another crow mark.
You were saying?
Well, what now? Do I brood to the middle distance? Speak in solemn tones?
All right, all right. I take it back.
This is where the marks lead. Dareth's contract must be here somewhere. The butcher is making poison. Comic.
I've heard of it. It does things to your mind. Nothing pleasant.
If I were the butcher, it'd be a good way to keep people in line.
We cannot let the butcher unleash this on Treviso.
I agree.
He won't. The Anton brought in a comic master to mix the poison. He's at the garrison. We stop him there before this goes any further. Back on the ground soon. Don't look down.
Don't look down. There's a whole big boss fight over there. I wonder if we could even handle that at the moment. Let's go take a peek and see. Because I know there's a champion fight over here. Oh, that's my big belt. That's the one I love. Golden Hallis Sash gives me invulnerability on potion use.
The gods reveal them!
We're under fire.
Alright.
That's got it.
That will be punished!
Alright, we're gonna do a hard save here.
The rest of us, Rook.
What's up, Babylonia?
Made it through that one.
Alright, let's see here. I think I have to start a brand new save here. You start with the Rogue KMS? That's what I did. It's fun. Good luck. I enjoyed it a lot, but I am having a lot of fun with the Mage as well.
Company, get ready.
Alright. This guy's gonna wreck me. Stagger. Icebreaker. Let's do Arcane Shot and go. Oh, I was in the way. Pop it, pop it. Pop it like it's hot. Oh, everybody's stuff is down. Alright, I'm definitely not on the easiest difficulty. I'm on the next. And this is definitely not easy. Ah. Shit, there's a blight on the field. Ah.
Just say when.
Oh, he still got me. Pop a potion. God, Nev still can't do anything.
I'm good to go.
Alright, now she's good to go. Alright, let's do this. This.
Got us from a distance.
God damn it, and now we have ads on the field! I need a potion. Fuck me, I need a potion. Oh. Run, 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 run. There's so much blight. Where is he? Oh my god.
Clear!
Oh, he's staggered. He's staggered. Not for long, he's not. Oh, he got me anyway.
Get back!
Ah!
Tell your gods we won't be stopped.
Wow. Sorry about the mic stuff, guys. I was banging the mic with my finger. So even on the, I'm a step up from story mode, but a step down from normal difficulty. That was a proper challenge. Like I had to use all my potions.
Every one of these gets us a little farther.
That was gnarly. What's up, Shokadez? No, apologies. I don't know what was up. My main internet, I don't know. It just suddenly severed the upload, and I tried reconnecting multiple times, and it wasn't having any of it. So the download was fine, but for some reason it's not. There's no upload with our main internet right now. So thankfully, I do have a backup. That's why I have a backup, because we have occasionally had issues with that internet. We haven't had issues in about 6 months. That's the first time in a while. So thankfully, I do have the backup for those technical difficulty moments.
Take them out, quick!
And Rook takes that.
God, I need some potions in a bad way, though.
The number of wisps that find you in the lighthouse is unnerving. Spite agrees.
The three of us on the same page.
So fingers crossed.
Well, isn't that something?
Hopefully we don't have any
If
more
by
issues after
something,
this.
You mean also unnerving?
You never know. But I'm on the backup internet now. Santiago Perez says, I wasn't going to play Dragon Age the Veilguard because of all the negative reviews, but then I watched your review and you have made me reconsider. And that is why it's important to watch lots of different takes on things. Everybody's got a different opinion. There's nothing wrong with listening to lots of opinions. Am I gonna go get the norm? No, I don't have time to play No Man's Sky right now. No, absolutely not. I live in the middle of nowhere, and I've had lots of issues with our primary internet provider in the past 2.5 years, which is why I have the backup. So it has nothing to do with the people being silly. It's just, it's a Sunday, who knows, there could be something between here and the city. You never know. But it has nothing to do with the trolls. They don't have that kind of power.
Got us a range.
Oh my goodness, this guy's roasting me.
Would you look at Rook?
Yeah, Rook needs some healing potions. That's what Rook needs. Not only that, Firewater, but it takes a technical prowess that I'm afraid the trolls who attack my channel don't have. They're mostly internet trolls, basement dwellers, living in their mommy's basement. Oh, I'm already enjoying the mage way more than the rogue. The rogue was fun, but I like the mage more.
We're in. Let's find the comic master.
A DDoS attack on my internet? Oh, yeah, I just don't see that happening.
There's a problem.
Like Firewater says, you'd have to have the streamer's IP address, then have a botnet.
You cannot forbid the crows.
Yeah, there's a lot of technical prowess required to do a direct attack on like my internet, and it's just not something that they're gonna have.
Take this shot.
Just a case of living in the boonies. I'm gonna hold off on that because he can't do any overwhelmed detonations at the moment. Alright, if I remember correctly, there's going to be a boss mob down here. Like, just down around to the right. Yeah, the comic master. Man, I'm craving chocolate. What is Ravage? Oh, hang on. Nev's got a bunch of points I need to go spend. We'll equip it. Da, 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 da. All right, let's see here. You're gonna have to be more verbose with whatever you're being offended by, Easy Life. I have no frame of reference for what you're talking about. Let's see here. Okay, let's check out Nev's abilities. There is a bug in here. I think we're gonna go this route because it's a detonation. Ookily dookily. I don't have a ton of potions,
I
but...
will made flesh. So much flesh.
Alright, there he is.
Get ready.
Finally, the fight the Butcher denied has come to me. I will prove my worth.
Oh, you don't understand English, Easy Life? It looks like you do from the way you're writing.
You face the gift of the gods.
They're all yours.
This guy's not gonna leave me alone.
Woo! It's done. The comic master's dead.
Good riddance.
First things first. Let's destroy the rest of the poison. Then we figure out what was going on here.
My apologies, sis. Just wanted to let you know I appreciate your content. There's a lot of channels that peddle hate and outrage. It's nice to have creators that balance it out, so thank you. You're welcome. Easy Life says, I went through some of your comments and I see actual opinions, but all you do is act in a pretty childish way. Act in a pretty childish way. Like it's not negative, condescending, slur type opinions, just actual opinions. Comments get the replies they deserve. That's the easiest thing you can learn about my comments. When people make silly, childlike comments, they get a silly, childlike
That's the last of the poison,
answer.
Thankfully.
But the reality is just
Let's
that
look
when
for anything
someone
else that
makes a
explains what's
dramatic
happening.
statement about something, we're obviously playing different games.
Wait, this note says that wasn't all the comic. The Butcher's angry because someone missing.
We are literally playing
got their
different
hands on
games.
it?
If I am having
No idea,
fun
but the note does mention the Butcher's
and you are
inside
not having
trader.
fun,
The occupation had help.
then we are playing
They and
different
Veilguard
games.
need to know they were right.
Because I'm having fun and you're not. If I'm having fun and you're not, we're playing different games. That's just fact. It's not me replying in a negative way. I'm just literally speaking facts. We are playing different games. You don't like it, I do like it. We're playing different games. You have your reality, I have my reality. You do not get to define my reality. This is great, guys. Free engagement. But you're wrong and I'm right. You're contradicting yourself. No, I just have a different opinion than you. You don't have to agree. You're welcome to let yourself out. The door is right there. It's my channel. This is absolutely about fun. It's my fun. You don't get to define my fun. Hey everybody, if you're on YouTube or Twitch, wherever you're at, make sure to head on over to YouTube and give Easy Life a hug. It looks like he's in desperate need of some love and affection. So make sure to give them a hug today, because we got to kill them with kindness. So, Easy Life, big hug in your direction. We love you. We love you anyway. Big hugs.
Your coin helps, and there's some good bargains out there for you.
Alright, so this time around, since I'm taking Lucanus with me for most of the journey, it's good to have different abilities with him. Alright, let's see here. I love it, guys. Rent-free. Living rent-free in their heads. I'm not going to buy that armor because I like the mage killer stuff he's got right now. Living rent free, rent free, rent free. Oh, we'll do that one. Sure, we could do that. Upgrade. Alright, I think that's all I can get. Ooh, hang on. What was that? What was that crow thingy? Was that like a housing item? The Silent Caw. It's an appearance. Oh.
Safe travels. Are you out of your minds?
Someone had to act.
They most certainly did not. I told you crows to stay out of this.
Out of what? Defending our home?
If we had a stronger civil government instead of a bunch of circus criminals, the Antom wouldn't have a foothold in the first place.
Who is this?
This is Governor Evenchi. They have concerns.
My concern is how you've endangered
I want
the
a
city.
reasonable explanation. I demand satisfaction.
These protections are in place for the good of everyone. You act without oversight.
We crows are the oversight.
Rent free.
And yet here
rent
we
free.
are, awash in
I'm
Antom.
living
And now
rent
you've
free.
angered the butcher.
There's also the gods.
Excuse me?
They're using the Antom and making them monsters.
And the butcher?
You two were right. He had help taking the city. Human traitors.
I didn't want to believe it. Killing the butcher does nothing if someone could just sell us out again.
I'd start right here. You Talons are known for infighting and betrayal.
You're accusing them. What if their crows died for this contract?
That's enough. Rook, thank you for finishing that contract. The only reward we have is to ask you for more.
We're allies. Of course I'll help.
Evenchi is right about one thing. The butcher will not like that we're fighting back.
We need to be ready. Rook, I will have every crow tracking this traitor and the gods, and we will send word when we find something.
The stakes are too high. This should be left to proper officials.
Go back to filing trade receipts, Evenchi. The crows rule Antiva.
That's right. The crows rule
Treviso
Antiva.
will be free. With or without you, Governor.
Knowing what we know. I'm gonna have to see if I can't find somebody to write me a little jingle, like a rent-free jingle. And every time we get somebody like this, we're gonna play that jingle. I need to get a Steam Deck for that though. Hit the play button. Rent-free, baby, rent-free, living rent-free. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, level 11. You make the assumption that I give a shit about how many viewers I have, Marco Polo. Oh, he'd have so many viewers if he didn't block people. I don't block people. I hide them from the channel if they're being disruptive little bitches. Or if they're being bigoted, racist, and hatred. But no, people don't get blocked. And I curate my community. If you were here and you'd been around for any length of time, you would know that I'm very protective of the community that we've established over the last few years between our Discord, Twitch, YouTube, Patreon, etc., our World of Warcraft gaming community. We curate. We're all about curating the people we want to be here, who are here for the right reasons, who are here to enjoy games together, who are to have fun together, who are here to respect each other's opinions, who are here to love each other, who are not here. We don't accept anybody who's here to have racist, bigoted, any of that stuff. We don't accept that at all. The people who come in here and try to say, "Oh, woke agenda." We don't want you here. Oh, trans people are mentally ill. We don't want you here. Oh, this game sucks. Don't watch the channel if I'm playing a game that you don't like. Maximum chilled stacks. Eh. It is back, Death. I had an internet hiccup. Respect is earned, not given, Easy Life, and you have yet to earn anything remotely resembling respect. Free engagement, free engagement, free engagement. Rent free. We'll take this. Do I get any new abilities for Lucanus? Nope, not yet. Alright, I think we can go back to the lighthouse at this point. Because we do have that that rune we can apply, but I'm not ready to do anything at the crossroads yet. More copy paste, says Marco Polo. Free engagement, free engagement, free engagement. I take your free engagement and I use it to pay my bills. Thank you, my #1 fans, for being here and paying my bills. I cannot carry a tune, but I don't care. Back to the lighthouse. It's awesome, isn't it, Hector? That's how you know you made it. Like, it just pushes the algorithm higher and higher and higher. It's views, it's comments. It's all interaction, baby. It's all engagement. Onwards and upwards. What's up, Amber Star? How are you doing today? Mama said I was the one who was right, so I gotta be right on the internet. I gotta be right on the internet. I gotta fight for the right to be right on the internet. Alright, let's go give Lucanus this gift. Wait, is he? Yeah, we're good. He's over here. Marco Polo, honey, sweetie, I do this for a living. I've been doing this for a living for a long time. I know exactly what engagement is.
For me?
Well, I'm glad you got what you wanted, Easy Life. That's the most important thing in life, making sure that you get what you need to get satisfaction out of life. That means you can have a great Sunday. That means we did what we set out to do, which is bring a ray of light into the world, give you what you needed on a Sunday afternoon / Sunday morning. See? Hugs help. Alright, we can talk to Ballara. I think we only have to take some Ballara, yep. Bex is like, I'm gonna eat some more snacks. Mike asks, how far in the game is this? I have no idea, to be honest with you. This is the second.
A quick mind, and
technically,
luck.
it's the third
That's
stream of
most
the
the
second
job.
session, but it's the second
So,
day.
do you
of the
think I
second
could
session.
become one? An
Second playthrough, I
investigator?
should say. So we're probably.
It takes a certain
I
amount
did about
of
7 hours
focus,
yesterday,
too.
and I think we're about
Oh, okay.
2
well,
hours in
maybe
today.
not
We're like
then.
9 or 10 hours into the
I
second
still
playthrough.
can't believe it. I'm talking to the Nev Gallus.
Like 9 hours, maybe 9 or 10,
And that's
something
sweet,
like
but I don't need the flattery.
Right, just a person. I'll try to remember.
Rook, here to join us.
I'm glad to see you're making friends, Balara.
Oh, definitely. Nev's, well, Nev, she's been just so kind.
It turns out Balara knows my work. Or at least the parts that make the papers.
It all sounds so exciting. The things you've done, the people you've helped.
Those are the ones that go well. You don't hear about the rest. Everyone wants a scandal. Or a happy ending.
Or both, like the
Pippin,
time we
what you
told the
doing, Mama?
Marquis to...
Hold on. I don't think Rook's interested in that story.
I love Scandal.
Rook's a little interested.
Look, I'd love to. Honest. But that story
I know,
needs the
Angus.
right
What more could you
atmosphere.
want on a Sunday
After
than
dark
free
over bad
engagement
coffee,
and living rent-free
or
in people's
expensive
heads?
wine. Take your pick.
Speaking of, what's the situation with cooking exactly? Are we on a rotation or what?
¿Qué pasa?
I can help out. I'm a pretty good
No.
cook, with some things at least. Well, most of the time.
Ah,
Sometimes I
no.
get distracted and
Gracias.
things burn.
Oh, good. It's not just me.
Do you
Yeah,
mostly
that
cook
mission in
Dalish foods?
particular, Mike.
I haven't had a chance to try many.
Sometimes. Not a lot of options when you're out in the forest. But I've learned a lot of different cooking styles. And Tivin, Rivani. Oh, I even learned how to make Tevinter Khachapuri.
Wait, real khachapuri? The hollowed out bread? 3 kinds of cheese?
3 kinds
I
of cheese.
love khachapuri. What about you, Rook? What are you craving?
Khachapuri.
Cheese and bread were the only words I needed to hear.
You have no idea.
Who am I
It's
romancing
good,
in this playthrough?
with the right cheese,
Tash.
which
100%
can be hard
Tash.
to find out in the forest.
Well, we'll have to see what we can find you. You should have an assistant. Someone to make sure it doesn't burn. See if it tastes right. That sort of thing.
Nev Gallus, helping me cook?
Pilar's having a
Again,
moment.
the flattery.
Right, just a person. Got it.
Great. Now, let's see what we can scrounge up.
Alright, we're done here. I don't think we have any side quests at the well, let's check here. We do have a faction quest, although use the champion's essence. We're gonna hold off on that. Let's go do coffee with the crows. Confirm the party. I know, Easy's my #1 fan today. It's awesome. That's why I say it's great to see so much activity in chat from a passionate person. It's awesome. It's good to have something in life that you're passionate about. It's what drives you, keeps you going, gets you up in the morning. Motivates you. It's good to have drive. Yeah, Death Comet, I think I'm going to do the same thing. Just because I need to see the other side of that coin. see here. I may have already gotten all the chests on the way here. Nope, there's definitely something I missed.
Come on, Ilario will meet us at Cafe Pietra. It's not that far from here. We have time before he arrives. I wouldn't mind looking around a while.
So, Becca Gamden says, you know, I didn't have any interest in Tash at first, but then I was excited to see their romance with my adorable Harding Blossom, but after I did her first companion quest with feeding the birds, it was a struggle not to hit the flirt option. Love the review. I'm enjoying the game. There's so many elements that I really, really like. I've restarted the game 3 times, so I haven't finished it yet, lol, but it's fun. It's a good game, really polished. I love Orb and Dagger so much. I get to be a roguish mage. That's awesome. Also, you know, I love the fact that some people are loving the game so much that they keep restarting the intro over and over because they're like, I need to get this just right. It has to be perfect. That's a good sign when people are having so much fun that they want to redo it over and over and over.
The markets are running. Good. I need to get some things while we're here. Treviso. Barely had time to look around when we returned from the ossuary.
This place, does it feel very different?
In some ways, more than I expected. But then, perhaps it's me. Ah, here.
A potted plant?
For Harding's garden. Spearmint is supposed to calm bad dreams. It's good in desserts, too.
Thanks, Brexosaurus.
So, you and Ilario were cousins?
Yes, but we're more like brothers. Katarina took us both in, a long time ago now. Here's the place. Bellara mentioned the dayless seafood recipe she wants to make.
The demon of Virantium is grocery shopping for the team?
Have you seen what they eat? It's a miracle you didn't all starve before you hired me.
Have you seen what they eat? That's awesome.
When we met, it didn't seem like Ilario and Katarina were close.
It was hard to be close to her, even for me. And I was her favorite. A good selection. Fresh fruit. Nev only eats fried fish. You'd think a detective would have discovered scurvy by now.
Is that everything on the list?
Yes, and Ilario should be here by now.
What's up,
Let's
Pippin?
go before he
Coming
gets
over to
himself
say
in
hi,
trouble.
Mama. What you doing? Oh, your tail is not where it's supposed to be in your little outfit. What's up, honey? Oh, are you awake? Do you want to come say hi to everybody? Do you want to come say hi to everybody? Yeah. No, you don't want to come over to my chair? She had about, I think, 8-9 days. She was doing really good, and then apparently she started getting really itchy yesterday because she has tried to bite her tummy area, and she has created a couple of bite wounds, which we're currently in the middle of keeping medicine on to heal up. But she was doing really good. Yeah. She's been going outside every day. We've been taking the bandage off, not the bandage, taking the body wrap off and playing outside for about an hour and a half, 2 hours every day. You're getting better. Yeah, you're getting better. Just had a couple of new ones. But you're getting better. Your fur's growing back on your tummy. You're a good girl. Yeah. You about ready to go out? I shall wait until you say something. When you say something, we'll go to the door. Right now, I think you're just up because you're waking up and you hear Chris out there. Darius says, I've not restarted from scratch, but I've replayed sections to see what other options or rewind. That's a really cool option that they provided, was the temporary saves. Specifically to allow people that option.
You can't buy something for everyone but yourself. Here, this is for you.
A wyvern tooth dagger? I loved wyverns as a boy. Katarina would never let me have one of these, though.
Welcome. Mariana and I run the best fruit stand in Treviso.
Permanently boosts health. Happy to buy that. Oh, you definitely saw Putty Tat.
Cafe Pietra's just ahead.
That's where we're meeting your cousin? Why not the casino?
House Cantori has many talents. Making coffee is not one of them.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the better character creator, for sure. The hair in this game is just unlike anything I've ever seen. It's just phenomenal.
Finally. I thought you might leave me here all by my lonesome.
Rent free.
Please.
I'm living.
You think I'd ever pass up Cafe Pietra's coffee? You see, Rook, my cousin is all stomach and no heart. Don't mind him. Ilario cannot appreciate anything but himself. They serve a specialty roast here, Andoral's breath. Bitter and sweet, like a kiss goodbye. You should try it.
You just described my dream cup of coffee.
Short hair is a crime
is
in
there
Dragon
a
Age
reason
Veilguard.
we're
I agree.
not talking about Ilario's information, or what?
And I really wish that I could have.
We're still being spied on.
His
No,
not
last
his hair.
one just left.
Lucanus'
Couldn't
hair
take
is
your
amazing.
coffee talk.
But I know
So,
that they do it like that because
you
he
have
needs to
something?
have the wings because of his
The
character.
girls
But
I
I would
sent after
love
Sarah
to have
have
his
picked up her
hair.
trail. They say she's gone to Varantium.
I have a friend who's very good at finding people.
Katarina was first Talon. This is Crow business. We can handle it. Apparently not. Your lead is no good, cousin. You have better information? We're compromised. There's no other way Zara could even touch Katarina. You need your eyes here, in Antiva. Zara would never be foolish enough to stay. Not with you out for blood. Of course she would. If the crows protecting her are here. Rook, reason with him, would you? He's been paranoid. I am not paranoid.
My brother lost
She
a couple
came
months
after
when
me.
Hero Forge
She
first came
after
out.
Katerina.
He just
She
kept
will
sending
come
me
for you.
stuff. He was like, dude, what about this?
If it
What
will
about
make you
this?
feel
What about
better,
this?
I'll clean house, all right? Leave this to me.
He's gone.
Of course he is. Ilario always caves under pressure.
Your cousin only seems to hear about one word in 10.
He's always been this way. He hears what he wants to hear.
That sounds like somebody who was in chat a few minutes ago.
How's the coffee? As good as you remembered?
Better. I dreamed about this coffee for a year. They say taste and smell awaken our strongest memories. For so long, memories were all I had. But whatever the circumstances, the here and now is a much finer place to be. How's your coffee?
Strong enough to take down a god. Ready to head back to the lighthouse?
Almost.
Okay. Oh yeah. Next up, let's do Balara. It probably is better than my coffee. Oh, we have to actually find an alluvion that leads to Arlethan Forest. Okay. You know, to be honest with you, Death Comet, I don't know. I don't know that I ever...
The caretaker must be regaining control of the crossroads.
I don't really remember, and if they did say, I'm not remembering if it was ever specifically mentioned what the deal was that they made.
Onward, dweller.
That sense, I can't place it.
Savage says, just
For a
watching your final
moment,
review of the game.
it
Thanks for the honest
smelled like
review.
Ducktown
Missing those
after it
about this
rains.
game. You're welcome.
Could be magic from the ancient elves.
I think that there are some good reviews out there. I think some people like, you know, Co-Carnage has a very balanced take. He's obviously got more negatives than I have. So, you know, I think that, you know, there are things that I disagreed with him on, and that's fair. But I think that the things that he has said have been, you know, fair in for someone's perspective. The one that I was very disappointed in was, I'm not going to mention names. You'll know who it is if you've seen it. The individual who closed their eyes and ran around the battlefield while playing in easy mode and said that the combat in this game was trash. I felt that that was one of the most disingenuous things I've ever seen. Because you can literally turn on God mode in this game, and the people who use God mode are people with disabilities, people who want to play a game for story, they don't want the challenge, and I don't think it's fair at all to trash a game for having varying levels of difficulty. And so I think it's like, I felt that I wanted to make sure that I said the combat in this game is all across the gamut depending on what you want. So I think that there are very good good reviews out there, and then there's very, unfortunately, emotional reviews from people who are not actually reviewing the game, but relaying some sort of trauma to the public through their discussions on the game. But I'm glad that you find my review
here?
good. Yeah, I don't remember it anything other than it was forced either, Mike. I don't remember there being any specifics as to like. I'm just not remembering any specifics.
Crossroads Guardians and now the Antom. Stay alert.
Thomas takes that one.
Yeah, correct, Bubbleonia. I'm normally a fan.
They're down.
Of that individual, and I respect their right to have an opinion, but I was just extremely disappointed when I saw that part of the review. I was like, oh man, like that's going beyond opinion and just like trashing something and not even considering all of the variables in other people's enjoyment, and I just can't I can't get behind that.
We need to close it.
Time to finish it.
I love this when he picks him up and then chucks him.
The path can be breached. Bring what the gods have hidden.
But yeah, I'm still a fan of that person's content. I think that that was I just come on. Which is why I'm glad that there are other people out there that are giving the game a fair shake, because it deserves its fair shake. It's definitely not going to be for everybody, but that's every game. Like, there are legitimately a boatload of people out there who are never going to play Baldur's Gate 3 because of the turn-based combat. It's a brilliant game, but the turn-based combat is just not something some people are going to be able to get past. And no matter how much you tell them that it's an amazing game, you should play it, you'll love it, blah, 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 it doesn't change the fact that that for them is a deal breaker. And that's fine. Again, that's the whole variety is the spice of life. You know, everybody's going to find the different things that resonate with them, and that's the beauty of having, etc. Eric says, I watched another YouTuber do a playthrough only doing the main series quest and then getting the worst ending of the game because he didn't do any of the companions. That's another legit thing. I've seen people who have bum rushed their way through the game and been like, this game is only 25 hours long and the ending absolutely sucked. And it's like, because you didn't get your faction up and you didn't get your companions leveled up, and like, there's lots of different types of endings that this game could potentially have.
If what happened at Demeter's Crossing spreads,
not much we can do to stop it.
The whole village, covered in blight, I heard. If you're in the market for instruments of dismemberment, just so happens I can help.
Are you asking to go out, honey? I heard a little mew. I heard a little meow. Was that your meow to go out? Yes? Okay. I needed to go let Pippin out and make sure that Chris is available to watch her. I will be right back, everybody.
Send your friends my way. Tell them Amelia will set them up right.
I'll have to step away again here in a minute. I'm making some tea. Yeah, Mike, there's even a point in the game where it tells you, hey, I think there's 2 points actually as you get deeper into this game. There are 2 specific points where the game tells you, hey, is your team ready? Are your allies at their strongest faction? Are you sure you're ready? It like there's 2 specific instances where it's like, hey, are you sure? Are you sure? Before you actually go do the final stuff. So someone rushing through to the MSQ and getting the bad ending, I mean, that's really they only have themselves to blame because the game prompts you multiple times. Yeah, the Baldur's Gate 3 thing is interesting for me because I love D&D and I loved the game. But as time has gone on, I've definitely, despite my passion for that game and, you know, the growth that it gave my channel, there are definitely things I've seen now that I have the perspective of time where I kind of see some cracks, you know? And it's still an amazing game. It's still my game of the year. But also, there were definitely flaws.
Got it covered.
And I much prefer, like, 3.5 edition, you know? Like, 5th edition's great and everything, but I miss, like, I miss the 2.5
This
even
should be
from
perfect.
the
It's
first
wide open,
couple
lots
of
of
games.
rocks, and away from people. I don't want to try anything where I could hit someone.
Oh, this sounds exciting.
I know. Come on.
Being able to move the terrain's gonna be really useful for a scout.
Getting up high for good vantage.
Someone said that
Let's try it
I'm
out.
going to start World War
For
3 with my
practice.
declaration that I find this game better than Baldur's Gate 3. And it's like,
Alright.
it's just, you know,
See this rock?
Baldur's Gate 3 is not,
I'm gonna move it.
it's a great game. And I had a lot of fun playing it, but it's not the best game that's ever been made. It is the most awarded RPG of all time, and it's a phenomenal experience. But like Babylonia, I also am not a fan of the fact that someone has to become a mind flayer. Spoiler alert. I don't like the fact that like you have to like someone has to succumb. Like, why? Why? Like, why do we have to do like? It felt very like. Yeah, Starfield's another good example, Mike. I love Starfield. I've got 600 plus hours between 2 playthroughs. I love that game. It definitely has flaws. Like, it has all the Bethesda jank that I wish they would get rid of. It has way too many fucking loading screens. Definitely has issues, but it's still a really fun experience. My tea is ready. I'll be right back. Not everyone wants super complex stuff, though. Like, that's the thing we were talking about earlier. Like, you know, I'm not a huge fan of turn-based combat. I loved Baldur's Gate 3. If it had real-time with pause, I would have enjoyed it way more than I did. Because turn-based is not my preferred playstyle. I like real-time with pause. I like the way Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2 does it. I like the way that Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 do it. I like the way that, you know, those pause-based, real-time with pause games do it. Turn-based is way too slow for me personally. Now, some people like Tanner Jack enjoy that. There are some people who won't even play it because it's turn-based, and that's fair. I do wish there was an auto run as well, Zeb. My thumb wishes there was an auto run. I just wish that there was a default speed. Like, here's the speed that your character runs. I don't really feel the need. Like, I'm not a huge fan of a game that has two different speeds. I'm like, just give me one speed. That's it. I don't need a sprint button. Give me one speed and an auto run.
Maybe if you
run right off a cliff with the auto run.
What?
It's happened.
Tell the rock what to do?
Sort of.
It's not a dog.
Some people do have restart-itis.
Just try it.
Fly!
That's a cool picture,
You
Bubbling.
are
The
the
Hero
worst.
Forge picture you just sent me.
Worst. So, a mental cue. Some kind of emotional trigger.
You're thinking too hard about it. Maybe think less and feel more. Have fun. Go with what feels good.
Feels good. Right. Connection. Joy. Fun.
Fun.
You know, we would sometimes go to the shore of
Find
Lake
the fun.
Calenhad in summer. My friends and I would collect stones and see who could build the best rock
That's my
fort.
motto with video games.
I bet
Find
my
the
fort
fun.
would be the best now. Oh. It worked! It worked! That was a great idea, Rook!
Happy to help. Assuming I helped.
Either way, I think I'll need more practice with this. Don't you?
I wonder what's up there. Think you could find us a route?
Maybe. I'll take a look.
I bet you could move this to give us something to climb on.
Moving rocks isn't content. Oops.
Got it.
Well done. Let's find another rock for you to practice on.
Bliss in oneness. A voice, a chorus.
What?
I don't know. I was just saying something, wasn't I? Huh. Just came to me.
Think you could clear a path for us?
Right.
Look at that. You're getting good. Wanna try another one?
Oh, I think Chris just walked in the door.
There
Give me
you
2
go.
seconds, guys.
Practice is really helping, huh?
I might even be ready for a bigger challenge now.
Yeah, this is a great example of, I think, one of the quests that some reviewers have criticized as being handholdy, and they've used this as some type of case study as for the entire game being like this, and that's why I said that anybody who uses the early quests as a review portion to like review the whole game and they claim that the whole game is this, I don't think that that's fair, and I don't think that they've actually played the game, because the only handholdy parts of the game are the early missions with each one of the companions, because they very much are telling you, here's how the companions work, here's how their abilities work. Is it fair to say that these are handholdy quests? 100% these are handholdy quests. Are they written in a very simplistic manner? 100%, because they are bringing new fans into the fold and explaining things to people who might be new to RPGs. And that's the handholdy part. And I get why some people might not like that, but I think that you also have to understand why they
Over
did
here.
it. Because they are aiming
So
to
many
provide
rocks.
a game experience that is
And
for
they feel
everyone,
different.
not just
That one's
hardcore
granite.
RPG players.
That one's slate. I think that one might be quartz. I wonder if the rock's composition affects my magic. Sorry, just thinking out loud. Let's get back to it. Practicing, I mean.
¿A ti o a la Pippin? Así es. Sí. Ok, está bien. Yo voy a hacer lo mismo. Voy a hacer lo mismo próximamente.
I'm on it.
It's no trouble for you now.
I know. This is great.
Sí, yo fui a buscar. No, no quiero esto ahorita. Más tarde, si esto no funciona... Yeah. Más tarde, si esto no funciona, voy a tomar uno.
Leave it to me.
Good work.
Está bien.
You got the hang of the stone thing.
Okay,
I'm
gracias.
definitely getting there.
Chris is making homemade hummus today, which she makes
What
from
was that?
scratch completely.
Someone's
She
in
even
trouble.
makes her own tahine from scratch.
Over here, Harding. We need to move quick.
Please, someone! Is anyone out there?
Someone's in trouble. We need to go.
I can't move.
Hold on.
Yeah, I think she is the first one, Darius, if I'm not mistaken.
Up over there. I bet that's where he is. There's no way up from here. Let's look around.
The other complaint I heard was people who said that the companions do too much hand-holding because they're always telling you things. Like, hey, let's look around. Or like in the middle of combat, they'll like yell at you, hey, get out of the way, Rook. And I'm like, I like that. Like, it makes the game feel alive to me. Like, I like the fact that there's meaningful bark, if that makes sense. Meaningful chatter. Like, because sometimes I'm not paying attention. I definitely need somebody yelling at me, hey, get out of the way. There's something evil. You're gonna get caught in an AoE. Move your ass. What's up, Dragon?
Easy. Maker. I thought I was dead for sure.
Harding wouldn't let that happen.
The rocks. How did you do that?
Magic powers.
Harding?
Do you hear that?
Hear what?
Sister, I feel you, touched by the ancients as I was. Find me. Look to those closest to the stone, and find me.
Harding. What's wrong? What are you hearing?
I'm sorry.
You got a Saboteur,
just get our
Tanner?
friend to safety.
I almost went Saboteur,
And then
but
we'll
ultimately
talk.
I decided on Duelist for my first guy.
Okay.
Alright, I'll be right back. Alright. Fingers crossed, guys. We're about to Closing in on 2 hours in on the backup internet, and everything still seems to be good, so knock on wood. I think we're okay. Oh, good luck on Weishaupt, Willie Frank. That place is nuts. That's like the first really big, oh my fucking god, this game is amazing moments. Like, it's intense. Super intense. I see a side quest.
There's a problem. Shot.
Ain't no luck about that. I'm an ice mage. It's pure talent. Oh, that's right. The ghost up here has a quest. I vaguely remember this.
Huh. A giant owl. Must be something to this.
Yeah, and I can't remember which one you have to click on to start the hoo-hoo.
What the heck? Whole forest is weird. Here goes nothing.
I guess it is this one.
Look at that.
I'm convinced these owls are more than statues. Yes, we get free goodies. So we'll find chests from those.
No way out! Trapped. Can't get out. It hurts. It's dark. Please. They didn't know what to do.
Oh, it gets way more complicated than Willie Frank.
Stop the thoughts. Stop the fears. Quiet, please. Make it quiet.
This is how it starts. Emotion overwhelms the spirit, and it goes bad.
Could this spirit sense the agony of the Dalish who recently died in the forest?
Help them. Help me. I fixed them here. I fixed it.
So this is an example of like one of those fetch quests that I've seen like 50 million times in other games, like Witcher 3. Go help the random spirits. God of War, Ragnarok. Go help the random spirits that are on the beach that need to be put to rest. Like, I've done help spirit quests in so many games, and this is an example of what I would call low-hanging fruit. It's not bad. It's what I would consider to be generic in the sense that I've done it in many other games.
Any idea is what that does?
And that's what I mentioned in my review. Like, I don't consider this to be bad writing. It's just that for me personally,
maybe it's connected to all the floating
these are
ruins.
like the
Veil
low-hanging
jumpers have
fruit
seen things like this pop out of thin air all across Arlathan.
But the ending is unique, Babylonia, yes. But the whole let's rescue spirits and put them to rest. I pretty much every RPG I've ever played has some variant of that quest.
Oh, hey, Ro. Okay, we all know why we're here, right?
Make sure that the artifacts we calmed stay calmed.
Yes, exactly. We can agree to disagree without hating each other for it.
Yanarl, you and Strife
That's
take
what
the first
adults
set.
do.
Irlin and Hamuel take the second. Rook and I will handle the rest.
I'm still a little confused about what I'm supposed to be doing.
Oh, of course you are. Sorry, the jumpers hadn't been doing this before, and I organized it after you left. We're going to check the crystal alignment, fade connection, and the lyrium reserves.
Has alignment ever been a problem? Even once?
It's not worth the risk. Even if it's only off by a little bit, we know what happens.
Happened once, and we can't even be sure the crystal alignment was why. Look, I know what you're saying, but maybe if
We check it every single time.
I'm sorry. You're right. Sorry.
Forget it.
All right, go team.
It's my fault, really. I'm sorry, Belara.
Let's go. We want to get back quickly.
Of course. See you soon.
Alright, let's go find some artifacts.
So, what was that all about?
What was what all about?
That tension. It seemed pretty heavy.
It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
Woo!
Here we are, the artifact vault. Or one of them, at least.
I almost missed this place, and all the holes in the walls.
Repairing reality doesn't leave a lot of time for repairing walls. At least until someone falls through a hole in the floor. Random example. Okay, see those 2 power crystals? The ones that aren't glowing? There should be a couple of replacements, charged ones in the room. If you grab them, I'll make sure the artifact stays calmed.
Puede serlo si tú no vas a hacer. Alright, we need some power crystals. I don't think that these give any XP for reading them. These do, though. These are the ones. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Okay, new power crystal is in.
Great, and the artifact didn't collapse the room.
Forgot how much fun the whole veil jumper thing is.
Safer than fighting gods, at least.
Point taken.
Oh, I ran the wrong way. I'm paying attention because Frodo ran in the room and he's on the bed with the zoomies, and I have to double check that he's not going to try to launch himself onto the desks with all the laptops. Hey, buddy, stop chasing your tail, man.
And there we go.
So it's calmed now?
Should be, and it'll stay that way for a while. And in the meantime, it won't tear open reality. Okay, let's keep going.
Sure, sounds good.
I'm watching you. Here, let me see if I can turn the camera around and show you guys what he's in the middle of doing. He may have just calmed down because he's washing himself, but he's over there in the corner, like, chasing his tail around in circles and, like, trying to get down behind the mattress and pull himself along the edge of the mattress. He's being a naughty boy right now. And I do have to pay attention to him because he will launch himself. Hey, come here. Now he's trying to go underneath all the... Yes, I see you. Chris is laughing because this morning he like got up in her face and he was like very softly and gently like pawing at her eyes and nose because she wanted food and she wasn't wanting to get out of bed, so he came to the office door and was like, Dad, and it was like 3:30 in the morning or whatever. And
so it's nice
I went out
at
to give him
least.
food.
You know,
And he was
Ignoring
like,
that
"No, I don't
reality
want
itself
dry
is
food."
paper
And I was
thin
like,
here.
"Too bad."
Hard to ignore that.
Right.
So I gave him dry
Found
food. He
one.
didn't want it. So he
Great.
went to mommy
Bring
and
it over
cried
here
some
and
more.
put
And
it in
mommy
the
gave
socket.
him hamburger and chicken liver. And he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna eat all of this," and just left all his dry food. Like, fuck the dry, nasty, crunchy shit, Dad. I want the delicious chicken liver and hamburger. Yes, you're a spoiled, rotten cat, Frodo. A spoiled, rotten little boy.
So, what did this artifact do? Before it was calmed, I mean.
It would bring flaming rocks down all around it, every 30 minutes. And
Flaming
for some
rocks,
reason, you'd hear
man.
chanting while it did it. Not sure what that was about.
Yeah, I would love to know what the chanting was about. That would have been cool to find out. No, no, no. That's exactly what. Hang on, guys. That's funny. Chris is out there saying, I guess he was sitting at the office door crying for like 10 minutes to come in, and I'm just ignoring him. And he came in and he's just being a little zoomy monster, so he just got put back out again. He literally just tried to jump across the void to the desks. It's like, nope, I don't need that to be happening today, buddy. I love my cats, but damn, sometimes they are nuts.
Okay, reserves replaced, which means there. Everything's looking good. Thank you, by the way, for helping out.
You're welcome.
You have better things to do. I know.
I thought nothing better, did you?
No one's currently trying to kill me. That feels like a holiday.
Right. I forget how exciting your life is. Okay, one more to go.
Alright, Balara, let's get this last artifact done.
Not too far now. Thank you for giving me this chance to help people.
You were already kind of doing that as a veil jumper.
Sort of, but it was never as big, you know? As grand. Helping you. Well, we're helping lots of people everywhere.
Yeah, I don't
like
see how they would ever allow that to happen, Mike. Like, destroy the world, because, yeah, ultimately it's a game about, you know, finding hope at the end of that road. The zones are beautiful, Willie Frank. I took a ton of screenshots my first playthrough. I don't know that I'll take very many screenshots this playthrough, because I've kind of already... I mean, I'm sure there will be moments where I want. But the game is breathtaking.
I never really got the hang of calming artifacts.
I heard you preferred a more direct approach.
Smash one dangerous artifact with a giant rock and you get a reputation.
Harding told me how you stopped Solus's ritual.
Maybe an accurate reputation.
Maybe it's an accurate reputation. Fell to my death. At least the artifact stays with you.
Hey, Rook.
What do you need?
Never mind.
Found the other crystal.
Great, slot it in.
Yeah, I'll slot it in, baby. I was not trying to destroy the world. I had a plan, says Solus. You know, Mike, on that note, we'll never know. Maybe he wasn't BSing. I always look at that as like Sauron. Because Sauron had a plan. Like, Sauron literally wanted to fix Morgoth's mistakes. He wanted to perfect the imperfections. The only problem was he wanted to do it so that he was the boss of everything, and he was willing to do,
okay?
like Solus, whatever it takes to get to that point.
I'm fine.
It's a legit,
Or will be.
yeah,
It
ego
takes
power
a lot
trip
out of you,
thing.
all those little magic bits. Not hard,
Just try to make
exhausting,
it perfect, man.
But it needs to be done, and done right.
I think that phrase at the beginning of that opening sequence with Varric, where Solus literally just tells Varric, he's like, people are always dying. Like, suck it up. Like, he's immortal, right? So he doesn't respect death. So he's like, people are always dying. Well, I'm not people. I'm a god. So I don't give a shit if people are dying, because people aren't me.
Right. Yeah. But does it have to be done by you? Any Veil Jumper could do this work, right? Why not let them help?
Because maybe then I can make up for it.
Make up for what?
For not being good enough when it counted. I'm sorry, I can't. Not right now.
Interesting.
Laura, I'm,
My brother.
What?
Back there, you asked me why I did this. Why I put myself out here. For him. For my brother. Wherever he is.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up.
It's okay. Well, no, it's not okay.
Oh, I'm definitely
But
going to
not because
antagonize
of
and
you.
fight him with this character. It's going to be a mage on mage battle. There is no
Syrian.
sympathy in this character.
That was his name.
The first playthrough, I was like, oh,
We were the same,
Mythal,
you know?
okay,
In a lot
maybe
of
he had
ways.
some good in him at one point in time.
We
This
wanted to learn
playthrough, I'm like,
everything. About
no.
Elvenon, the magic,
I see
the
you
people,
for what you are, buddy.
all of it. We heard about the Notisterthalin. Figured it had the answers.
Who cares why
Or
they went in a
some of
different
them.
direction, Ernie?
Then Arlathan started going wrong. I joined
Blizzard
the Veil
started off doing
Jumpers
RTS
to help
games,
people.
and now they make massive
And he kept looking,
MMOs and
kept
shooter
putting
games,
himself in
Diablo
danger.
4. Many
should have been
companies
safe.
started off
I
doing
know, I
one
checked
thing,
that
and over
artifact
30
3
years
times.
migrated to something
I
different.
guess it should have been 4. Artifact
think
started
that,
pulsing. He was too close. I couldn't find my way in. They called
The
him a
reason
hero.
that they moved away
Wanted
from
to make a
having way
statue.
too many endings is because
They
it
thought
creates
it would make
chaos
it
when you're
all
trying to create
okay.
an overarching story, because there has to be an official canon. And it gets too difficult if you're allowing all these different variant endings.
You loved him.
Like, there's no way that
They
they
love
would
the
ever
idea of
be able to
him.
have like a canon
They
ending
never
for
knew
Baldur's
him.
Gate 3 because there's
Not
too many
really.
endings. So
Didn't know why he did what he did.
I'm glad that that game's not getting a DLC as an example.
Syrian, he felt responsible for our people, for me, my little brother. He thought he needed to take care of me. He called me Vora Shivan, hummingbird in Elven.
Because here we have a
Said it was
a
because I could
definite
never sit
canon
still.
ending. There's lots of different ways to get there.
But he loved
So
me
the
for it.
variation is in how do you choose
Said it kept
to
him thinking,
get to the canon ending.
trying to keep up.
And for me, from a storytelling perspective,
And he helped me too.
and for
He kept
continuity's
me
sake,
focused,
I'm happy with
anchored.
that. Like, a finished
And now he's
ending.
gone.
We threw the ring into
Because
Mount
I
Doom,
wasn't good enough.
and the world went on.
It's not your fault. You have to know that.
Then why does it feel like it was?
You lost someone important. Guilt's part of that. But if you don't learn to get past it, you'll drown.
I wish it were that easy. I've tried. Told myself I couldn't have done anything, and my head believes it. But my heart doesn't. So I try to make up for it. Honor him. Learn about our people. Find the truth. Maybe when I do, I'll feel it.
Feel what?
That he forgives me. And that I deserve it.
This, by the way, is
We should head
the
back.
first moment during my first playthrough. This was when I first felt that
Rook.
emotional connection, and I wept. I cried at this moment during my
Thank
first
you.
playthrough.
For being here.
People who didn't play through the first 5 hours, they're never going to see this. Oh, the writing in this game sucks. Nope. Yeah, Mike, they just have to pick. They just have to say, this is our canon version. It doesn't matter. But that's when you get into, you have different people in the fan base who get butthurt that their canon ending isn't the canon ending that the company chose. And that's when you get the debates about who gets to define canon.
Ugh, what a horrible way to go.
It would make a good trap. A target wouldn't see it coming.
When I joined the Veil Jumpers, the plants were still friendly enough. I guess that's changing.
Alright, we got a new skill point that I can put somewhere. Ooh. It's like a rapid fire bolt. That's cool. Yeah, they did with Mass Effect 3 Trubs, and I forget where it's at. I know what it is. It's the Mass Effect Andromeda. They definitely have a canon version of the Mass Effect 3 ending. When you start Mass Effect Andromeda, you don't get to choose what happened in the first 3 games. You are told these were the events of Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. Like, there's a canon, at least as I recall. It's been a few years since I've done Andromeda. Yeah, Mike, that's the thing. People wanted the hero Ferelden to have a cameo in Veilguard, but how's that even possible? Because he could have had a million different endings depending on all those permutations. So that's one of the reasons why, yeah, you can't have those decisions being imported from game to game to game. And I may be misremembering exactly with Andromeda. I believe it is the destroy ending. But I need to go back. It's been a while since I played Andromeda, so I may be misremembering things a little bit. Because I guess at the same time, I'm reading right now on Google, and I'm probably misremembering because it's saying here the Andromeda Initiative left the Milky Way the same year that Mass Effect 2 began, so they don't actually know. So I'm probably misremembering that it has anything to do with Andromeda, and right, that's what I was just reading, Bubble, and that's why I'm saying I'm correcting myself right now because it apparently is not. My memory of it being tied to Andromeda is apparently incorrect, so I'm correcting myself on stream right now. But I do remember they said somewhere, and maybe it's with the teases for Mass Effect 5. Because like even thegamer.com says there's no confirmed canon ending for Mass Effect 3, but several teasers for the next entry in the series suggest that Shepard destroying all synthetic life is the true conclusion to the game. So I think that's people reading into it. Maybe that's what I'm remembering, and my brain is remembering that from several years ago and associating that with my Andromeda playthrough is probably what's happening there. Yeah, because here's an article from GameRant.com. In 2021, it says the new Mass Effect game appears to make the destroy ending canon. So we're going to find out because they will be leading us in that direction with their next title. I can't wait. And I will definitely have to do another playthrough of the trilogy whenever we get to the point where they're going to be bringing that down the pipeline. Stefan Bruno says, thanks for the unbiased review of Dragon Age the Veilguard. I couldn't smash the subscribe button hard enough. Thank you for that, sir. I think we'll definitely get that answered, Trubs. I think once Mass Effect 5 gets here, I think we'll know for sure. And I guarantee you, whatever it is, it's still going to piss people off. And I guarantee you, it doesn't matter what it is, it's going to piss somebody off. And I also guarantee you that the next Mass Effect game is going to piss a bunch of people off because you know it's going to have representation in it. Somebody's going to be upset somewhere. How dare they have representation in this game, even though they've done it with every game that the company has ever published. It's woke agenda. Triggered. Triggered. I'm really glad that some people are drawing a line in the sand right now and saying they're never going to play another BioWare game. I'm glad. More space for people like us who actually enjoy the titles to go out there and create content around it. I'm always happy to have more space to play the games I love and have my content be seen. Oh, they've already confirmed, Mike, that they've already confirmed that they're using this same art style. I think Edler was out in an interview the other day confirming, if I'm not mistaken, I would need to go quote that interview, but I'm pretty sure they've already stated that they're using the same art style for the next Mass Effect. Oops, I went the wrong way. Yeah, that's probably what I'm remembering Babylonia, was wherever that conversation took place.
Manifestation.
Alright, Lucanus and Balara both have things to talk to me about.
Rook, do you have a minute?
Of course. Something wrong?
Thea wants to meet.
That doesn't sound like a bad thing.
She wants to plan Katerina's funeral.
Oh, right.
If you don't mind, I could use some backup. In case Spite gets out of hand.
Let's not keep Thea waiting.
Ain't nothing wrong with a more adult tone. Give me Cyberpunk in Mass Effect world, and I would be head over heels in love. Give me a hard R rating for Mass Effect.
You've been quiet.
I know. Just thinking. But I said we'd talk, didn't
Yeah,
I?
let the trolls run far away, Trobs.
I heard a voice after we saved that man. It told me I was touched by the ancients and that I should seek it out. Seek her out.
Haha! Now you know what it's like to have a voice in your head.
You know, I don't care for it. What if she's like me? Maybe that's why only I heard her. She said to look to those closest to the stone to locate her.
Meaning?
The children of the stone. Dwarves. Not surfacers like me, but the ones from the deep roads. Almost 10 years ago, a shaper from Orzammar bonded with a titan.
Titans, ancients. You think it's related?
It would make sense, wouldn't it? Volta. That was the shaper's name. Maybe there are more like her down there.
Or you could be the only dwarf in the world with magic.
It could be, Trobs.
Must feel nice.
Official ending being that Shepard
A
died, the
little,
cycle continued.
But I don't know everything about it yet. And I
Triggered.
probably should. I know some people in Orzammar. I'll reach out. If I hear anything, you'll be the first to know.
I'm going to read a comment over on my review. This is really good. This is Omen428. Probably the closest review of the game that I share an opinion on with myself, and I appreciate for saying it without worrying about the backlash. I know some people aren't going to like what you said, but you explained why it's your favorite and why you like it better than the other games in the franchise. No game is perfect, and I'll agree that Veilguard is not perfect, but it is the most polished out of all the Dragon Age games I've played. It has a different art style that you have to get used to, but the world and graphics are beautiful. The game opens up more and gets better the further you get into it, which made it feel like Inquisition to me when you had to go back to areas later at either higher levels or after certain story beats, which is something I loved. I also agree that the fetch quests can be a little annoying, but every single Dragon Age game has had them, and you've always had different ways to level up or gain power. I was initially worried that it would be more linear than Dragon Age Inquisition, but it turns out that it opens up way more the further you play. I had some friends worried about it, but when I told them to keep playing, they realized the same thing I did. The combat is great, but does take some time to get used to. You have to find the right mix of characters and figure out the primer and detonation system, which works quite well. I love the difficulty settings because it gives everyone the chance to experience this game. If it's too easy, turn it up, and if it's too hard, turn it down, and just enjoy the story. I had friends who couldn't beat Baldur's Gate 3 or Dragon's Dogma 2 because they couldn't figure out the mechanics, so they ended up just giving up and going back to earlier games. If they all had that God mode option, especially for the casual gamers out there, I feel like more people would be less intimidated to play big RPGs that they would normally just avoid because they didn't want to waste their time or money. The thing that bugs me the most is how people believe it's a woke propaganda game when it simply has small parts of inclusivity. Besides picking pronouns at the beginning, like a lot of other games, and you can absolutely skip that part if you don't want to, just like with certain characters and their quest arcs being skippable. Although I do recommend playing that arc because it's deeper than I expected, but I do understand that if you don't like that stuff, that's fair, but you can just completely avoid it and enjoy the rest of the story. Too many people act like one character has ruined the entire game, but most of these people were never really going to play that character anyway, or the game itself. The last thing is on the writing, which I agree can be campy and too handholdy with over-explanation, but I found that was more towards the beginning of the game, so I think that was meant to help out new players to explain the lore to them, but it can come off weird and handholdy to diehard fans. The overall story is one of the best and makes you want to keep playing, which is what all of us want in an RPG. When you don't want to stop playing because you want to finish a quest or story, that's what makes a great RPG to me. I'm sorry if this was long, but if you don't explain your reasons, then you can't say you like a game these days. There will be people that have a completely different view than I did, which is fine, and some people will agree with me, but we shouldn't get mad and attack others for having a different opinion than our own. I hope people will avoid the noise from people hating on it that didn't even play more than an hour of the game just because they heard it was woke. If you give this game a chance, I believe most people will be pleasantly surprised, and if you won't because of what you heard from a couple of other reviewers, then I hope you aren't missing out on a good game that you might have liked just because of all the negativity surrounding it from a few people. Also, this is my opinion on the game, which doesn't mean it's right for you, so hopefully you can enjoy it as much as I did. Thanks. Holy shit. Omen428, I think you just won comment of the day. I'm clipping this out for YouTube, guys. Hang on, I gotta timestamp this. 221 best comment. This person gets it. Omen428. You know, I mean, you basically boiled down my 30-minute review into a nice condensed couple of paragraph. Yeah, this is Omen428. Let me. Can I show this on screen really quick? I have to open this up, just that no one, because there will be someone out there that will accuse me of just making this up. This is Omen428. That is a wall of text that I really wish was broken up into paragraphs, but that was a brilliant comment to read through. I think that, yes, absolutely. The biggest issue I've seen, and we were talking about this earlier in the stream, the hand-holding nature of the early quests, definitely, it's there, it's hand-holdy, but like he says here, it's there for the new players. And unfortunately, you have a lot of old veterans who took offense to it and are like, no, I don't need a game to hold my hand. How dare they hold my hand? I'm a veteran RPG player. I'm a veteran of the series. Rah. And then they went out and wrote nasty reviews about how the game is, you know, hand-holdy and has childish dialogue. And it's like, no, it's just the early stages of the game are simplistic because they need it to be to get new players onboarded, which is great. Mike says whoever wrote that, kudos. They should be the main reviewer for IGN because that was way more heartfelt and informative than anything most sites have produced in years. Bublonia says, that's a great comment. I feel like a lot of gamer dudes would be very threatened if they couldn't say, I beat it and they can't because I saw the whole thing just to feel superior to other people. Yes, it's very true. Ernie says, nothing wrong with a game that's made for gamers who enjoy a challenge. Both types of games have their place. Yeah, but also a game like this where it has an adjustable difficulty. That's a big deal. And I think that a lot of companies will take a look at what BioWare has provided here and say, hey, this is cool. We need to provide more options. I love the fact that they dropped in there the whole aspect of He has friends who couldn't beat Baldur's Gate 3 or Dragon's Dogma 2 because they couldn't get the mechanics figured out, or maybe they couldn't push the buttons fast enough, as is the case of Dragon's Dogma 2. Or people like me. I've readily admitted that I would love to play Elden Ring for the story, but I refuse to play a game that won't let me adjust the difficulty. I won't do it. Sorry. I have no desire to punish myself in that way. I don't play games for that experience. Now, I appreciate that those games exist for the players who want them, but that's not for me. And I don't demand that Elden Ring provide that to me. I wish they would, but I don't demand it. And I don't go out there and say that Elden Ring is trash just because they don't have a difficulty slider for someone like me, because I recognize that I'm not the target audience for that game. Whereas this, I'm definitely the target audience of this game, because I love RPGs, I love bioware, and I love their games. So I appreciate, I mean, that was definitely the best comment of the day that I've read. Probably the best comment of the week, if I'm being honest. I feel like people would be less intimidated to play big RPGs that they would usually avoid if games had more difficulty sliders and God mode options. And he's not wrong. Like, custom difficulty options are a big deal. I'm in a test group now for a upcoming AAA game that's coming out next year. And one of the #1 most requested features that I'm seeing in the Discord with that project is, can we please have custom difficulty sliders to make this our own experience? And I think more and more companies are going to need to start providing that based on what we've been seeing in recent years of good games coming out that are providing lots of accessibility options. I actually said before this, when I played Star Wars Outlaws a couple months back, I praised Star Wars Outlaws because of its accessibility options. And for example, the puzzles in that game, hacking computers and picking locks. It was fun the first 20 or 30 times I did it, and then it became boring. And I am so happy that they provided the option to just turn that off so that players like myself don't want, that we don't want to deal with it anymore. We just turn it off, and then you can play the game and get the enjoyment that you want out of it. There's a ton of accessibility options in Star Wars Outlaws, and this is just the next level of that conversation. Dragon Age Veilguard took it up to the next level. So I'm really glad to see that other people are appreciating it and understanding what it is. Because it's not about, like Bubbaloni says, a lot of games are stuck in the whole giant bag of hit points equal difficulty. I'm glad I can roll my own level of challenge. The aspect of, because on the one hand I saw the girl on TikTok I've mentioned who was weeping with joy because she was able to turn God mode on and beat an encounter where she was just struggling against, and she wasn't able to get the precision down, and she was just feeling frustrated to the point where she wanted to quit. And then they offer a God mode, and suddenly she can beat the game, and suddenly she can have the fun that she wanted to have and enjoy the game that she wanted to enjoy. That is a powerful thing. And a game studio that can provide that to their player, that can give that experience to their players, they are winning in my book. And I know you're going to have the people who roll their eyes at that and be like, you're not actually, gamers need to be challenged, otherwise you're not actually gaming. And, well, let me close my eyes and mock the game for being too easy. Those are opposite, kind of polar opposite viewpoints. I'm always going to applaud a company for providing more options to the player base, because the more people who can play your game, the better long term. So, great comment, Aukman. That was really thoughtful, and I wholeheartedly agree on all points. My wife is a good example of that. She loves Red Dead Online, but she would get way more enjoyment out of Red Dead Online if she had like a God mode and full aim assist, because she sucks at aiming. She's my wife's in her mid-40s, and she doesn't want to have to learn. She's never played she's never played video games. She didn't grow up with controllers like I did. So like for her, this right here is super fucking intimidating. Like having to learn button combinations and a whole new skill set in your 40s. Like that's not easy, and that's not something that should be mocked. Like companies providing options for those players is a big deal. Bubbleina says, you talking about the reaction of that girl to the no death setting is what got Mel to buy this game. She's not a gamer. She's a first responder who happens to love Dragon Age and isn't interested in grinding against it. And that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. That was a great comment, and what an awesome discussion to have. That right there, guys, is I wish people would have, that's a reasonable human being reaction right there, right? That's someone who actually is using the think box and is not letting the brain rot get to them. That's good stuff right there. Good quality comment. Comment gold. Zeb says it's too late for me playing with consoles. I think that if more games made, a lot of accessibility options, I do think that that's, it would open it up to a lot of people who previously had that mindset of like, I just can't do consoles, or I just can't do controllers, or I just can't do this, that, or the other. Like, I think that's one of the reasons that World of Warcraft is doing so well right now, is because of all the changes they made with War Within. Getting rid of the mandatory loot grind, the mandatory raiding, the mandatory everything, and just allowing everybody to access the storyline solo, and just saying, hey, if you want to do it with the more challenge, you can. You get better rewards, but everyone gets to complete the story at their own pace. They've given players the ultimate agency, and that's one of the reasons why they continue to dominate the MMO space, despite the fact that they're a 20-year-old game, because they get it.
Good, you're here.
Thank you for making the arrangements, Dea.
For Katerina? How could I do otherwise? I'm so sorry, Lucanis. This must be such a blow. Rook, thank you for coming with him. I need Juan de la Muerte to plan this. His cousin has been no help at all.
I'm sorry, Dea. This is just too much right now.
Lucanus would have stayed in the base drinking coffee if I hadn't agreed to come along.
Andraste save us.
I was thinking that was going to be a
these
joke,
boys are
and
exactly the
Lucanus
same.
got offended.
There's a lot to plan. But first, I need the ashes.
Ashes?
Make it help us. Yes, the ashes. Katerina's ashes. From the cremation?
Oh, yes, of course. I'll get them to you right away.
Ilario, what happened?
What do you mean?
Katerina, how? How did the Venatori get
when
to
Starfield
her?
added
When?
all those options
Where?
in March,
In the estate?
Mike, it
In
was
the
a
city?
game changer for Starfield.
How did they get
like,
past our people?
It
What did
completely
they
changed how
use?
people play
Poison?
that game.
Blades? I need to know.
Cousin, stop. You can't dwell on this. It'll drive you mad.
I'm not dwelling. Zara killed the first Talon. I have to know how if I'm going to stop her.
I told you. I'm handling it.
Boys, enough of this. We have other things to discuss.
My apologies, Andradea. Continue without me. I'll get you the ashes.
A lot of people like building, and yeah, like what Kathy's saying, you know, building in Fallout 4 is a perfect example.
Seemed like that went well.
My cousin has never taken anything seriously in his whole life. I don't know why he'd start now.
Hilario can be a handful, but this, the only time I've seen him like this was when Lucanis died. You're worrying, aren't you? What will people say if they hear the demon of Virantium has a big, soft heart?
He's been careless at times, but never when his own life was on the line. Zara took down the first Talon. Anyone could be next. And my cousin doesn't want to think about it?
You have a point. It's not like Hilario to ignore a knife coming at him.
What do you need from me for the funeral?
Come, I'll get us some drinks and we can make the arrangements.
Our house owes you for handling all of this.
Katerina was family. Can you imagine what she'd say if she saw us all like this?
She'd be furious, especially at Hilario, as usual.
I barely know your cousin, and he already seems like trouble to me.
Oh, he is. I've lost count of the times I've had to pull him out of the fire on the job.
He's a good assassin. Most jobs don't have as many fires as yours do. I'll have my people keep an eye on him for you.
Thank you, Taya.
Go on. I'll let you know if something comes up. Fighting back suits you. Your tone has much improved since we last argued.
Excuse me, I wasn't aware it was my tone that was at issue.
All right.
Fewer people than I expected. Let's find Asher.
Asher?
The Viper. He prefers to be called Asher in private. Said I could tell you.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with God mode mods for sure. And that's a good example of like I said, that when they added all the accessibility options to Starfield, I feel like that was a game changer because it allowed people to really get the experience that they wanted. No Man's Sky is another good example of a game that allows people to have the experience that they want. Like, you can go full creative mode and never die and build all the things you want, like with Minecraft as well. Or you can have it be, you know, like hardcore survival and have that aspect of it as well.
Trouble in the Anvalanim. Darkspawn.
But those tunnels are safe passage for...
I know. We've had to close that entrance.
We can help. We've recently had to deal with Blight. Those Darkspawn have to be destroyed before they get out into the city.
If you get through, signal the all clear at the hidden door.
Alright, I think we actually need to manually travel this one. We don't appear to have a fast travel.
Raining again.
I once had
This is troubling. Darkspawn in the city.
And in one of the worst places. The Shadows rely on those tunnels to rescue people.
Odd. Anvalanim is the ancient elven word for womb.
Huh. Interesting.
Oh, I will definitely buy that for myself. And also that. I'm gonna be broke. Out of coin. Gosh darn it. Well.
Till next time.
First and foremost, let's put on excuse me. Yeah, mana generation. I'll take that. No, I still don't have an upgrade for my magic ice staff. Oh, that hat is horrible. Turn that shit off. Ugh. All right. I don't have any more coins. I really can't afford to buy anything from anybody else yet.
Hey, they call me Tick. Mother said I got stuck to her like one of them and drained her of life. Yeah, I guess it's not.
The Anvalanim should have an entrance this way. The passage is hidden by a wall carving. Keep an eye out.
We could do that.
Venatori, why are they so close to the shop?
There. Is that the wall carving you mentioned?
That's the one. There's a switch behind the serpent's head on the left.
Serpent's head on the left. Go click the thingy.
Got it.
Like the ossuary, but without the view.
That doesn't sound very good. It sounds like light. Ooey gooey cysts and bubbles. Yeah. Oh!
Don't like the sound of that.
Flighty flight.
That did it. We can get through now.
Oh, shit.
I got flight on me.
I got
Let's
flight
kill
on me.
those Shadow
Ew.
Dragon rats so I can leave this place. Shadow Dragon, and down here with us. Get them. Reinforcements.
Reinforcements. We can't let them reach the Shadow Dragon hideout. Even more Venatori? We have to take out the leaders.
Connor takes that one.
Trouble.
Hey, behind you. That's enough. Look for another blight boil.
this on him, and I'm gonna hit him with this.
Those Darkspawn and Venatori were on the same side.
I know, and that worries me. At least that seems to be the last of them.
It should be safe for the shadows to use the entrance again.
Yeah, the Blight
Let's
Cysts are
find it until I'm done now.
nasty, Mike. The sound effects and everything just. Ugh. The yawns are real. Hang on, I got a taste test. Chris made homemade hummus with she makes everything from scratch, including the tahini. Mm. Nope. It's definitely got plenty of garlic. It's got some spice to it. That's perfect. No, that's definitely got toasted. That's got the toasted sesame flavor. It's really good, guys. No, it's. Do you have any tortillas? Okay. I was gonna say, because one of the things I love to do, guys, is when Chris makes fresh hummus, I will take fresh tortillas and like put them on the stovetop on the flame so that they get a little bit of a crispiness to them with that smoky flame flavor, and then you load it up with some of this and some like queso fresco or some feta cheese, and then just roll it up like a little taquito, a little hummus taco. Oh man, that's good. Thank you, baby. Yeah, do we have any paprika? En mi opinión, un poquito más de cumin y un poquito más de paprika.
No le he puesto paprika.
Un poquito.
No tenemos comprar en Chedraui.
Ah,
Voy a ir por arena.
¿tienes comino?
Voy por arena. Sí, comino en polvo.
Poquito más cumin. Gracias. Oh yeah, Kathy, the deep roads in this game are so beautiful. Oh man, that's good.
There it is, the hidden entrance back into the shop.
Are you back in here, Frodo? You snuck in when Mommy came in. No, do not chew my... No, that's my notebook. Don't eat my notebook, naughty boy. You want to come over here and say hi to everybody? Come here. Come here, you little shit. Come here. You're such a beautiful boy. Come here. You're just watching the door. You're waiting for Mommy to come back in. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you a big pretty boy? Aren't you a big pretty boy? You want to show everybody that you're a big pretty boy? Where's he at? Have a hard time. Oh, there he is. He's gonna get out of the camera way. Huh? You're being obnoxious. Yes, exactly, Kathy. It just needs a little bit more. He's a little bit more cumin powder, and she said she didn't have any paprika, so she didn't get it. She didn't add any paprika to it, so it's still delicious. But it's my hummus recipe, so she's the one who makes it most of the time these days. just because I'm usually in here
It's Rook.
streaming.
All clear down here.
Nice work. I'll get the door.
But she makes it perfect. She knows what she's doing. It's literally just I'm the last taste tester just to confirm that it's where it needs to be. I have a different palate than she does, so it's... I definitely like salt more than she does, so it's a good thing when she makes some of the recipes that we have in the house, because I will
How did the
oversalt
Venatori find the
everything.
Shadow Dragon's hideout? Isn't it a secret?
We help the people in Docktown.
I will oversalt
they
it
know where
and
we are.
use more
Someone
butter
might
than-
have talked about the shop.
Because I love butter
People
and I love
spreading
salt.
rumors, that's easy to handle. But Darkspawn, that's different.
Oh, I wonder why you might be hungry, Mike. I take no responsibility. None. And she's rocking Dawn Williams. That's like her favorite artist of all time. She likes her country music. Although I don't know that I would classify, I mean, some of Dawn Williams stuff is country, but it's more like just...
You really saved our skins there, Rook. Those Darkspawn could have destroyed us.
It wasn't just Darkspawn. Venatori were there too, and they weren't fighting each other.
How is that possible? Darkspawn attack all living things.
Darkspawn are blighted. If the gods control the blight, they might control the Darkspawn.
Darkspawn or Venatori? Makes no difference. We'll defeat them all.
That's right,
If you're
we'll
looking
defeat
for
them
answers
all.
about the Venatori, I may have a lead. A warehouse on the other side of the city. Lots of cult activity. And some of them were spotted headed towards a shop. Could be a coincidence, or it could be something more.
It's worth a look.
Agreed. Rook?
Let's go.
Let's do this.
One day you'll move.
The Viper, or Asher, I suppose. Is he the leader of the Shadow Dragons?
One of them. He made his name freeing slaves and supporting their rebellions. He won't stop until slavery ends.
So the Viper's real name is Asher?
A middle name. He calls himself Viper for first impressions, or so he says.
What do you mean?
Asher just doesn't have the same impact, does it?
Mm-mm. I've never even heard of that, Dr. Kathy. Tirkafiri? A feta and red pepper dip. It sounds delicious. We were talking about this the other day. I can't get feta where I live. I've not had feta, and feta's like my favorite cheese of all time, and I can't get it where I live. I haven't had feta in like 2.5 years.
Venatori, we're close.
I probably could get it if I go to the city, but I haven't been in the city in... I don't like, you know, I'm very... I'm a homebody these days. So we don't go to the city unless we absolutely have to. And as a result, there's been a few things that we haven't had in the 2.5 years since we moved to the homestead and out in the country. Because we just haven't felt the desire to go. I think the only time I went was like 2 months after we moved here. I had to go because I had to go do some paperwork in town. Oh no, that's not true. I went a second time because I went to do some banking stuff. But other than that, I don't go to town. We just do everything we do. We get here in town, and so I can't get feta. But we have similar things like queso fresco is very similar to queso feta. It's just feta is a brine cheese, and queso fresco is not, but it has the same crumbly texture. It sounds amazing, that's for sure. I've got to figure out how to dispel this dude.
Still standing, not bad.
Oh, it's legit. When I went and lived, I was in Bulgaria for a few years, and I think the first 2 or 2.5 years I lived there, I didn't have any peanut butter because they don't do peanut butter over there. And then about 2.5 years after living there, one of the local grocery store chains started importing peanut butter, and it was glorious.
There has to be
because I was
another
able
way
to
in.
finally get peanut butter.
Someone's mad about their fellow Venator leaving the rooftop passage open.
That one was
Let's
always, I always
invoke
remember that one because it was
drugs
like,
and people.
you know, different countries have different things, you know. Most of the things that I love, I can get here. Feta is the one, and only because we're not in the city. Because when we were in Mexico City, you can get everything you want. It's a massive international city, but out in the countryside, I cannot get everything I want. It's really hard to get good wine out here,
Let's keep
and really
moving
hard.
before more of them come crawling out.
Can't get feta. I also cannot get a thick cut steak out here to save my life. Yeah, the only difference with queso fresco is just queso fresco doesn't have that brine. You know what I mean? Like the brine flavor of feta. You know, it has that sharpness to it. Whereas fresco is just a mild.
Lots of Venator. Ori, we must be close. That's all the Venator guarding the place.
Yeah, so there's another thing that I
Someone
can't get
conveniently
here.
left
So
the
every time I
rooftop
go up,
entrance open again.
I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but in the U.S., there's it's called Dixie Fry. It's a like a breading that you can use for fried chicken and pork chops and stuff. I love it with fried chicken. It's called Dixie Fry. Anyway, you can't get that down here. So every time I go up to visit my family in the States, I buy like 6 boxes of that and I bring it back because that'll last me for 6 months or so. That's something I'll definitely bring home, and also like David's sunflower seeds, because you can't get like good salted like sunflower seeds down here. So I'll definitely buy, like, I'll go to Sam's or Costco and just get like a couple of really big bags of sunflower seeds, and I bring those home as well.
I know a Venatori ritual when I hear one, and I know they hate being interrupted.
What's up, Kansai? Oh, you're coming from Thailand. That you're also familiar with tamarindo, because we do lots of tamarindo here. Tamarindo, which is a delicious, delicious, delicious fruit. Band of smoke. What's up, Ghost Killer? Venatori rituals. By the way, everybody, it's time for a commercial. If you're tuning in for the first time today, don't forget I am live on YouTube and Twitch,
They're summoning Darkspawn.
so you can watch where you prefer.
We stop them, then we
Live every single
They're
day
using magic to control that Darkspawn.
at 8
we have
a.m.
to stop
Central, more or less. Sometimes 9, but usually around 8.
Why would anyone anyone even want Darkspawn? Damn! That was amazing!
Yes, it was amazing.
That's all of the Darkspawn inventory. Let's search the place and figure out what they were doing. This note. Knight Commander Lenos of the Minrathous Templars is being paid off by Venatori.
Damn it.
Look at this. Draining into the tunnels below the city, perhaps?
One more way Venatori released blight into our tunnels. I'll tell the other shadows.
This explains the Darkspawn we keep finding in the catacombs.
At least they don't know where the Shadow Dragons are. Exactly.
Alright, we're missing a piece of evidence somewhere in here. I'm over here blowing up all the chests. I think I missed clicking something. Aha!
The gods gave the Venatori a relic they can use to control Darkspawn.
Oh, yep, the door just opened.
Hey, Rook. Is everything all right in there?
It is, sir.
Rook, I thought I'd see if you needed help. Did you find anything in there?
The Risen Gods taught the Venatori how to control Darkspawn. Explains why the hideout was attacked.
We found documents from the Knight Commander. I knew he was crooked. I didn't think he was actually Venatori.
Let's head back to the shop. We'll discuss things there.
Sure.
You managed to catch the stragglers fleeing the warehouse.
They'll think twice before coming back here. What else did you find?
The Venatori serve Elgranon and Gillenane like we thought. They gave the cult control over Darkspawn.
Great. Sounds like the Venatori are going to be even more trouble.
Is there something I can do? The Risen Gods are my responsibility too.
Fresh
How do we
pheasant
know
is
we can
delicious,
even trust
Cap.
you? You're not from here. You don't know Minrathous like we do. And we know as little about you as we do these Risen Gods you unleashed.
Now, what is it they say? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The cult has its hooks deep in the city. Venatori backers sit in the magisterium chambers, and now they wield power given to them by the gods. We'll have to get along if there's any chance of surviving this.
May, what are you doing here? You promised you'd lay low.
Tried it, didn't much care for it.
I like her take on things. Batman, I've got a review link. Actually, you know what? The stream went down earlier, so I need to get the review link back up for everybody. Because I forgot we had the review link up in the first stream, and then the internet went down, so I got to relink that to everybody. There is a link up in YouTube and Twitch right now. I'm going to pin that to the top for everybody. That went out this morning at 5 a.m. So if you want my take on the game, you can go watch that video.
Nice to meet you. I'm Rook.
There's trouble in Minrathous, Venatori, and the Risen Gods. Rook's helping us with it. Maevaris is one of the Shadow Dragon leaders.
Maevaris Talani.
Oh, we got a troll in YouTube chat,
Maevaris
everybody.
Talani, at your service.
Make sure to give them a hug, because they need it.
Formerly?
My enemies conspired
Your
to
Daily
have
Daddy
my
says,
magisterium
including
seat
yourself,
stripped from me.
the concurrent
We can talk
players
about it
for
later.
Dragon Age
If you
Veilguard is
want.
only 2
My concerns
people,
feel
and the
petty
bots
when
in this
stacked against
chat are
risen
crazy.
gods.
Ha
The
ha
Shadow
ha ha
Dragons have
ha.
a lot to discuss.
Thanks for the
But
free
you, Rook,
engagement.
are expected
Your
at the
daily
Swan.
daddy.
Me? The cobbled swan? Why?
The first warden is here to speak with you.
The first warden? Let's hope we actually get some help with the blight.
Come back when you can. I think we'll need your help again.
Bubble and he says, "Oh no, it's the world's most boring YouTube commenter again with a different name." There's a lot of people getting triggered by the by my review from this morning. How dare you say that this game was better than Baldur's Gate 3?
Have you heard
Triggered.
a new predatory spot somewhere uptown?
I know someone in the area who's keeping watch. Find him in the library.
Triggered.
Say you're looking for Ferdinand in a TV.
People always miss the part about where I say "for me," for me, for me. Affliction damage 10. Oh, I'll definitely take mana regen. Hell yeah. Oh, this, you see what they try to do? They try to do a positive and a negative. I respect the grind, but all this is crazy.
Ferdinand Jenny what?
Ain't nothing crazy, man. Just a person loving a video game. Having fun, loving the life. Living the dream. She has now switched from Don Williams to Alan Jackson. It's funny, I never used to like country music when I was growing up, but she absolutely loves it. And it's definitely given me a better appreciation for a lot of the country music that I just kind of ignored when I was in my teens and 20s. Kathy says, I love Baldur's Gate, but I also love Veilguard. Can't they both be wonderful in different ways? They absolutely can.
This
I love
was
both
with
games.
My things.
I just think this is better for me.
It looks like your handwriting. I didn't read it. Well, a couple of words. I thought it might be one of mine. I don't even know how it got there.
It's those wisps. I need more wards.
Anybody who thinks
I
that the
can help
player
with that.
current is only 2.
I started this. I'll deal with it.
Hey guys, you're all bots. You're all bots, everybody.
Solus lived here.
Blink
The
twice if you're
Dreadwolf.
real.
It was gonna have quirks.
Solus is the worst tenant I followed, and that's saying something.
Maybe they like you.
Do you follow the chantry? The pendant. I noticed it's Andrastian.
Your daily
I
daddy
barely
says I
keep
never
the holidays.
badmouth the game. I've been playing
from
No
an
Man's
old
Sky
job.
since its release.
Oh,
Don't talk to me about
which
playing
one?
games
Maybe
no
I
one
read
likes.
about it in a Twitter
Triggered!
I'm barely in the papers.
Triggered!
But when you are, it's on the edge of something exciting. What about that one story with the demon, the diamond, and the deadbeat magister? Oh, they mentioned you twice.
That was a hit piece.
I love it, guys. Living rent free in their heads and making my money. We got to come up with a jingle for the rent free, man. Oh, and free engagement. Those are the two. Living rent free, getting free engagement. We got to make a hit song out of that. I'm living rent free, getting engagement from these little trolls living in their basement.
Uh-huh, great. What happened with the diamond?
Long
Bebop boop-bop, says
story.
just Dan.
Ah, what's the short version?
You take a dip off the dock for a rock, make sure the mage can't freeze you in. You know, that job would have gone smoother, but the client ratted me out to the demon.
What?
It's always something. Funny how that didn't make the print. Tell me you read the rest of the paper too?
Oh, yes. Sometimes they have these stories, serials. They're thrilling. except they come out in pieces.
I love the
I only
scene
see a
towards
few
the end when you
papers a
catch
year
her writing
and
her
never
own
know how the
serial.
stories
It's
end.
so awesome.
These papers are from Minrathis, right? I'm guessing there's blood magic, murder, tears.
That checks out.
Who's the second most innocent character? 10 gold says they're the killer.
What about the most innocent?
I don't know. They die.
What?
All right, Belle. You get me
Please,
the
I
name of
never
your
said you
cereal,
were
I'll
anything,
try
and you
and
call
track
me
the
what
ending. Just
exactly?
don't say we
Oh,
didn't
this
warn you.
definitely is the same guy
I'd like
from
to go back
earlier,
anyway.
Babylonia. It's
Spend time in
definitely the same guy
Docktown,
from
pick up
earlier. He just
gossip.
changed his username.
Want company?
Why not? Ready to go when you are.
It's definitely the same dude, because he's repeating the same talking points for the guy like 2 hours ago or whatever it was. Yeah, these two are great, Nim. I love the fact that, like, Balara's always fawning over Nev, and, like... I love the fact we actually go get her serials later on. We actually go find her some of those juicy fan fictions she was looking for.
Look who's thoughtful.
Yeah, exactly, Mayu. I prefer the combat style here compared to Baldur's Gate 3 because I'm just not a big turn-based person. Baldur's Gate 3 has things that they do way better than this game, and this game has things that it does way better than that game, and they can both exist in the same space. Like, one was Game of the Year for me in 2023. This is my Game of the Year in 2024. Equally comparable games that I enjoy on an equal level. However, this is my flavor of the month. I love hamburger, I love steak, but some steaks are better than others, and sometimes I like the flavor of something a little bit more today than I did yesterday. Tastes change. Alright, let's go do Nev's Study of Docktown, and then we're going to go get Davern unlocked. Because then I think after Davern we can get Tash, and I can actually get Tash in my party and start working on her as my main romance character.
Do people?
Oh, we don't have to go too far.
People know you're back in Minrathis.
Oh, I imagine word will spread eventually.
Your enemies won't be pleased.
And they'll...
Clink, 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 says the metal leg of
They're
Nev.
telling us to watch out for darkspawn.
Get any help with the Great Warden? But what if the Darkspawn come back?
I'll stand in the doorway and let you escape.
Really?
If believing that makes you feel safe.
If believing that makes you feel safer, sure.
Urchins come here for treasure. Pays well.
Are we here for the Shadow Dragons?
I trade news with the Shadows, but it takes more than one source to get along here. Besides, I was doing this before they came knocking, before Varret, too, right here in Docktown.
And she'll be doing it until after they're gone.
Take it away. I'm ready for the full tour.
We've been here before.
Ah, the tour where I get to look around and not chase cultists or fight demons.
Wouldn't that be something? Come on. There's paper sellers all over
Angus
here.
says, is this
Wanna
only
see if
available
they
on the
got your
PS
name
Pro?
right?
No, you can play this on the base PlayStation.
Most papers
If I
don't
understand
say
your
much, but
question
read between the lines
correctly,
and you
could
pick
play
up a
this on the
thing or two.
PS5 normal.
I'm not here as much lately. I'll take what news I can get. Let's grab a few copies. We'll see if we can find Balara's cereals, too.
Oh, this is where we find Belarus' cereals. Okay. I remember doing this for the first playthrough. By the way, good job on the comments, bots.
So,
I'm really proud of
before
you,
Varric,
you guys.
before the Shadows,
my AI
you worked
program is
for
learning
Same
It
as
almost
now.
sounds human,
People
guys.
who find me and have jobs worth
Keep it
taking.
up.
Docktown people, runaways.
It's
the
amazing
desperate.
to have so
Can you
many
do this on your own?
human-sounding bots in chat.
I've got contacts, informants,
My AI
people I
is
cross
doing
paths
its job
with, but
brilliantly.
at the end of the day, yeah, it's just me. Okay, keep an eye out for paper sellers. We'll start on the north side of Lower City.
How many do we need?
Don't worry, I'm paid. Let's get started.
Best word in Dogtown, right here.
Best word in Dogtown, right here.
Trouble at the palace? Magisters say no.
Pyramids built by aliens. Magisters say no.
We'll take a paper.
Best word in
Thanks.
Dogtown, right here.
This one quotes several magisters, several lies.
How'd you fall in with the shadows?
Baldur's
with
Gate
some of them
3
before.
has.
Not that
They
were
just
upfront
optimized it
about
for the PS5 Pro,
changed?
Angus. So you
I
can
was
play it.
after a
It's been
missing
out for
person.
PS5 for
The
like
Viper was hunting slavers.
over a year.
Our paths had
But
the
you
same
do
end.
get.
And you're missing
They
person?
did just optimize Baldur's
Free
Gate 3
and
for the
breathing when
PS5
we
Pro. I think
finished.
the announcement went out
The
yesterday or
shadows
the day
brought me in
before.
after that.
Pretty sure it was yesterday or the day before. But it's you still play it on the regular PlayStation.
The Viper! More than one person. You'll read it here first.
One, please.
I'll save this one for the Viper. Hold on. There's still papers to buy on the north side. Let's stick around here.
Viper spotted
Copy
at a
that.
local fish fry.
Fish fry, that sounds delicious.
So most of the time you work here alone. You like it that way?
It's easier.
But you like us, right?
You're all right.
One paper.
What happened
Thanks.
in Marnus Pell? First-hand account.
I've got a contact who works this area. Let's see if he's around.
What about this one? You've got a good eye. I'm starting to think my good neighbours lack taste. Go on, take a closer look. Okay. The charm's good against all manner of curses and manipulation. Fair price. And you won't find better in the Circle District.
You won't find better at the Circle, but you will off the docks. For half the price and twice the enchantment.
Badoom.
Nev.
Alec?
Oh, if you say it's... thanks, I'll pass. Sorry.
Hey, if I'd known, I would have told you. Come back next week. I'll buy another paper.
I write them myself. The Magisters. They don't print the truth.
Most honest thing I'll hear today. What about you? Is it something you're buying, my friend?
Rook, and no. But I've got a Treviso Manor in need of tenants if you're willing to pay up front.
You know, I've made that one work. Can't go back to Voldorma, though. What about you, Nev?
I really
Just
like
looking
Alec's
for gossip.
character. He turned out to be
Not
way
much
cooler
that
than I thought
interests
he
you.
would be.
We chased a relic through Docktown. The buyer was Venatori, but the smuggler belonged to the Thread Crime Syndicate. You're a thread?
We don't deal with cultists. Your smuggler broke the rules. She's out.
And the Venatori?
There's been more in Docktown. Boss says it's under control.
What, the AI bots in
But
chat
between
can
us,
speak Greek too? My
I don't like
goodness, technology
Then it's
these
worth
days.
keeping an eye on. If you hear anything,
So will you.
You know a member of the
Did they
Thread
rail
Crime
and bail?
Syndicate.
I think they
Personally.
railed and bailed.
don't tell me you're surprised.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm not going to romance her, but I do like that option. Just to be flirty.
With you? I thought surprise was a given.
Careful. Surprises here lead to trouble.
Trouble's not always a bad thing.
All right. Come on. If we want more gossip, we need more papers. Let's head to the south side.
Okay.
You've lived in Dogtown your whole life.
Since I was born. Unless I'm out of the city for a job. Had a few apartments around town. The current one, it's not the lighthouse, but it's mine.
What happened in Marnus Pell? First-hand account.
You've been an investigator for a while.
It's not a short story.
You've made it this far. Is there a secret?
Trust people enough to get things done, not enough to get you killed.
And that's how you stay out of trouble?
No, but it's the best shot you've got.
Okay. I know some people out there getting triggered by the use of this because it's not cutting people in half.
It's just breaking my immersion that you could blow stuff up, but it doesn't cut people in half.
The best cereal in Minrathus. The latest chapter is here.
Yes, I am quite enjoying the Mage Angus.
One of Belle's cereals. Great.
Circle District Gossip. Read the latest.
It's still too early for me to make a complete, you know, like, is it better than the Rogue? You know, that's personal preference, but right now it's fun, but I'm not deep enough into the combos and finishers and everything else to really, and I won't be for a while because I don't have my full team assembled. I haven't gotten all the abilities that I want yet, but I do. It's way more DPS, and I appreciate that it's from a distance and not up close, and it's way less button mashing. Like the Rogue is fun, but it was definitely like heavy on the button mash.
Scratch, scratch the kitty cat. Meow, meow. Come here, kitty. Come here, kitty.
Hang on.
Scratchy, scratch. Meow, 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 meow.
Oh, absolutely, Mike. Many games would be less criticized if Baldur's Gate 3 had not had the success it had. Because the closest thing would have been Witcher 3, right? Like, that was the most recent example of a really deep, super awesome RPG was Witcher 3. And that was, it's been, what, 8 years ago now? Something like that? Oh wait, is there more than 2? That's interesting. Wonder where the third one is. Oh, I see it. Hang on. I'm gonna have to wait because it says she can't use it at the moment. Okay, so I have to hit both of those and then hit that. So let's do boom. Hit it! Hit it! Damn it! Currently unavailable. Where is she? And why is she unavailable? Maybe because we're on a mission. Boo. I'll have to remember to come back to that. Oh, how did you get in here? And why is the door open? Hold on, come here.
The real news in Dogtown. Get it here!
Yeah, exactly. I don't have tasks either yet, so that may be a puzzle that requires multiple people to complete. Anyway, going back to the BG3 thing. It's also the weakest excuse I've heard from people, because they're using that game as a defense for everything. Like, everything is, I think I saw, what is his name? Shroud, I think is the guy's name. He wears glasses.
Yeah, I'll be here.
I think it's Shroud. He had a statement the other day that as a result of Baldur's Gate 3 and games like Baldur's Gate 3, the current climate we're in right now with gaming is that if a game is not a 10 out of 10 game, it's trash. It's shit. It's not worth playing. If it's not a 10 out of 10, it's not worth $60. It's not worth $70. And it used to be that a mid game, a 5 out of 10, a 6 out of 10, people would still they would find these 5s and 6s out of 10s, play those games, and get good enjoyment out of those games. And now, if a game's not a 10 out of 10 out of the gate, oh, it's trash. And this is the fucked up part. Baldur's Gate 3, when it launched, was a buggy, hot mess. If you don't believe me, go read their patch notes. They patched thousands of bugs. My first playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, we were getting cutscenes completely out of order. We were getting crashes, performance issues. There were bugs like many other games when it launched, and they patched multiple patches, one patch after another patch, after another patch, after another patch, after another patch to fix all of those bugs and issues they had. So it was not this perfect thing out of the gate that some people like to think it was, because they have rose-tinted glasses on. Miu says, BG3 raised the bar for RPG gameplay. Veilguard is amazing, but it would definitely be considered more amazing if BG3 didn't exist, or if it had RPG gameplay on the same level as Baldur's Gate 3. Absolutely. So, it's definitely real that all games are being considered trash compared to Baldur's Gate 3. And that's just the nature of...
I don't know, it helps me think.
People.
But we've got places to be. Come on.
It's going to be shitty for the next 10 years for anybody in game dev. Because every game for like the next at least 5-6 years is going to get compared to Baldur's Gate 3. And every single game dev company is going to get shit on if they don't have something that's as big as, or as epic as, or, you know, all these insert things. Yes, Bubbleonia, it's a low IQ take to obsess over BG3 being better than everything when
it's always something.
Single-player games exist in the same space. And it's like, you can play them all and have enjoyment in all of them. Shit, you are in here. I thought I saw you. Come here, come here, come here. Come say hi to everybody, because you know you're not supposed to be in here. Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here.
Joining Varric, us. Do you really wish you'd said no?
No.
Oh, this is my cable
I just
chewer.
Have a.
Who is not allowed in the office
picking
anymore
jobs
because he
that go
chews
sideways.
cables and breaks headsets and chews
I think
things
I'd
up.
learn.
And you snuck in. I thought I saw somebody sneak under the bed, but I couldn't find you. You were under the bed, and now you're sneaking. Sneaking. This is my big boy. This is Lucas. And he is a big scaredy cat of everything, and he lives his life underneath the big master bed in the living room. You want to go back out? Hang on, guys. I have a ton of videos of him a couple years back when he was a kitten in the office with me. But after he chewed up like $750 worth of hardware, he got the boot.
I'm the same way, taking jobs that go wrong. I'm basically a walking disaster.
So you're saying I'm a disaster?
I'm saying you're not alone.
Varric said this job would end with Solus. We'd stop a ritual, then I'd walk away. But those gods escaped. Not much of a win. And if the world falls, the city goes too. It's not like I'll find work then.
Is that why you said yes? To save Minrathous?
People will tell you Minrathous is broken. And they're right. It's corrupt, petty. Saving the world won't fix it. I take the small wins, Rook. Hal serving fish another day, getting past the next scrape alive. Sometimes you're lucky. Sometimes you get more. But the tables always turn. It's better if you know it's coming.
Now you're just a above average intelligence human being, Amber Star. There's nothing wrong with being immune to peer pressure. That's just not being part of the herd. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's got to be something good to count on. Oh.
What?
How about this? When the job's done, the fish is on me.
You want me to bet on surviving this mess?
I want you to bet on a free fish dinner.
Tempting.
Yeah, it's a unicorn scenario, Driprom. And that's something that I think a lot of people don't understand, is that you can't look at the unicorn as like the example. It's the anomaly. It's the same thing in investment. There's a reason the unicorn terminology is used for investment portfolios, because you never look at the unicorn as the example of how everything is going to work. You look at the unicorn as the example of, okay, that's what potentially could happen, but let's also look at these other 50 companies, because those are the ones that have guaranteed results in the range that we're comfortable with in terms of risk versus reward. And that's what we're shooting for. And we hope that we can create lightning in a bottle and have another unicorn, but it's extremely rare for a unicorn to come along. Extremely rare. However, drowning in water is not rare. I do it at least once every hour. Oh no, did I just fall off? How did I fall off again? Death loop. Did I just find a bug? I did. Hang on, somebody's gonna clip this and and they're gonna use this as the proof this is a broken game. Clip it, quick! Broken game. Let's load the most recent. Probably this one. All right. Let's go do this one. Dead game. Oh, we're in this place. We're in it. Time to go meet the first warden and dream about punching him in the face, which we won't be able to do quite yet. Oh wow, I don't have any hold up. I saw a side quest. Hold up. I'm gonna agree to disagree on the dev perspective, because I'll tell you one thing based on conversations I've had, Mike, it's being looked at as a source of inspiration, but not something that anyone is remotely trying to replicate. Because it's just not possible for most companies, because most companies are not in Larian's position where they have the ability to have millions of dollars at their disposal and being able to sit and work on building something over like 5 years. Most companies are not in that position. There's a great discussion out there by Josh Sawyer from Obsidian, because a lot of people have said, well, why aren't we getting Pillars of Eternity 2? Why can't you make Pillars of Eternity, Pillars of Eternity 3? Why can't you make Pillars of Eternity 3? You should make Pillars of Eternity 3. It needs to happen. It could be as big as Baldur's Gate 3. And he has a great video on why chasing that dragon is just not a realistic approach to building a CRPG. Because no one's going to be able to have the budget that they had. No one's going to be able to have the timeline that they have, because most game studios are not independent game studios operating in a bubble. Most game studios, and I'm saying, when you look at the most here, the majority of game studios are owned by someone else. They are not independent entities. They are either a PlayStation studio, they're an Xbox studio, or they are part of EA, or they are part of Ubisoft, or a part of, they're a part of a bigger chain. There are lots of independent game studios out there. There are very few independent game studios that are in a position to have hundreds of millions of dollars at their disposal. Larian was very rare in that, and that's why it's the lightning in a bottle. It's a great thing to look at as a inspiration source, but I don't know of any developer who's trying to actually replicate that, because it's an impossible standard. That's just not. It's the unicorn. It's like, that's awesome. Oh, we love these 20 pieces that they did. Yeah, but CDPR is not a private company. CDPR is a publicly traded company. That's a little bit different. They're not indie. It's Larian is a very unique studio in that sense. First bug discovered in 70 hours of gameplay. Bad game. Petite Frog Milk over on Twitch says, just wanted to say thanks for your review. I played Origins and all the trilogy, love BG3, Pathfinder, Pillar of Eternity, Divinity Original Sin 1 2, and I feel the same towards the pros and cons. Thanks for not lying about the task quest like some others do. Are you trying to grab all the chests and codex entries during this run? PS Cute Kitty. No, I am not trying to do a 100% achievement run, but what I am doing is this. Anytime I see a side quest, I'm actually taking all the side quests this time. I did not do that the first time. I did only companion quests and main quests. I did a couple of side quests. This time around, I'm grabbing all of the side quests.
They're all yours.
Souls alone as the light left. I was there, less alone.
It's a spirit of compassion.
My own name, but what of theirs? 3 I've found, felled by demon claws.
Kingdom Come
Murdered.
Deliverance,
A
Dribrom? I think that's the one you're
connection
thinking
I cannot
about.
see. I have impressions, but if I learn more, answers might unfold. This one, green against grey stone. Rain, nourish, how she watched it bloom. Find who she was.
Yeah, also, thanks, Petite. I appreciate it. Grinding Gears Games, the company behind Path of Exile, they also sold an 80%, I believe it was an 80% stake in the company. They sold it to Tencent, but they retained 20% ownership and creative control of the company. So, and in exchange for that, they were able to grow their team from like 25 people to 200 plus people because of the investment money that they got from Tencent, which allowed them to develop Path of Exile 2. So even Grinding Gears Games is not independent anymore. They sold to Tencent because it was a massive investment money, chunk. And it was like, look at the things we're going to be able to do with this $250 million investment that we would never be able to do if we just stayed on our own with, 40, 50 employees.
We've got a trail. We just need to follow it.
Unreal is partially owned by Tencent. Epic Games, I should say. There are very few independent studios out there that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. That's why I said Larian is they are the unicorn.
I'm almost getting used to this city again, but it still needs fewer Venatori.
I would not want to make a game in today's environment, and I'm very glad that I'm not actively working on any games, because it's just the standards have risen to an impossible high, and if you don't create a 10 out of 10 game that beats Baldur's Gate 3, you are fighting an uphill battle. And if you're an indie studio that's only got a $5 million budget, or hell, a 3-man team with a $300,000 budget, or a team working on sweat equity, you're fucked. You are fucked. Like, it's so hard right now to
Too many.
put something out that anyone's going to be willing to look at.
Enough if you want.
Nice work.
Well,
Not
that's
an
our
enviable
point.
position to be in
Not
game dev right
enough
now.
if you want to blame them for every hurt the city suffers.
Of course.
If you want a less complicated answer, you won't find it in Minrathous or anywhere else.
Docktown's never short on nightlife, is it?
It's when the streets are most alive, and when I'm likely working.
The nightlife was always more Hilario's thing. He said I should get out.
Permanently boosted
Fulfilling
damage,
grow
and I have no
contracts
more
didn't
coin
count.
to buy anything else. Boo! I'm
Take
broke.
your time with it. Minrathous has gone to the dogs. The
Let's gather your party before venturing forth. I think it was yesterday I was talking to about Larian has painted themselves into a very interesting corner, because they're gonna have they have that impossible barrier to overcome for the next game
I
that
am
they
Jowen
released.
Glastrom,
That they release,
First
not
Warden
released.
and Supreme Commander of Weishaupt. I received word of your team's request for Grey Warden assistance after an incursion of the Blight at Demeter's Crossing. I looked into you. An adventurous veil jumper, best known for discovering, then losing an invaluable map. I'd imagine that caused certain resentment among your veil jumper superiors.
Well, knowing this guy like I know him now,
That's Veil Jumper business. You're here to talk about Grey Warden business. The Blight.
it might be Janet.
Explain to me how a veil jumper
I don't
poking
know. I
around
haven't looked
in
him up yet.
elven ruins unleashed the Blight.
I was stopping an elven god from bringing down the Veil and destroying the world.
An elven god?
Fen'Harel, the Dreadwolf. He goes by Solus. He's got a lot of names.
I did not come here to listen to fairy tales. I am here because of the Blight.
We haven't even gotten to the real fairy tale parts yet. When we stopped Solus, 2 elven gods escaped from where he'd imprisoned them. Elgranon and Gillenane. And they're not just evil. They're blighted. The point is that the gods are making the blight worse. Demeter's Crossing was just the start. That's why we need the Grey Wardens.
I suspected more politicking from the remnants of the Inquisition. I see now that I was wrong.
I'm really glad to hear that.
It is clear that whatever you did to unleash the blight has corrupted your already weak mind.
Okay, wait.
You'll be taken to Weishaupt and placed under heavy guard until the danger you caused by unleashing the blight passes.
That's not gonna happen.
I assure you, it will.
We don't have time to fight. I need Grey Wardens marching with me, not at me. That's the only way we have a chance to stop the gods and the blight.
Let me tell you something about the blight. It is evil, it is implacable, and above all, it is predictable. The blight has not changed in over 1,000 years. The Grey Wardens will defeat it, as they always do. And we will do so without you causing confusion with your deranged conspiracy theories. I suggest you come along quietly.
Adamant Fortress 941 Dragon. The Grey Wardens attempted to raise an army of demons. Hardly the models of good judgment yourselves, are you?
Everyone knows Warden Commander Clarel acted alone at Adamant Fortress.
Acted alone, you say? Imagine if everyone were to see the letter I discovered where you authorize her actions. I wonder how that might complicate the narrative.
Are you prepared to risk the security of the Grey Wardens for this deluded boy?
You may be surprised to learn that I care very little about the security of the Grey Wardens.
Stay away from the blight and do not pester the Grey Wardens with any more of your nonsense.
He seems upset. Was it something I said?
Whew, that was close. Wasn't looking forward to being dragged off to a Grey Warden dungeon. Who should I be thanking for the assist?
Magister Dorian Parvis, at your service. A mutual friend thought you might require some support.
Mivaris Talani? Of the Shadow Dragons?
The very same.
So now what? The first warden tried to have me locked up. I need the wardens on my side.
Jowen Glastrom is not the Order. He's more politician than warden. No Grey Warden worth the name sits in a Menrathus lounge sipping wine. You need the wardens? Look for the ones out there fighting the blight. In the meantime, the Shadow Dragons will keep a close watch on the Venatori. Good luck. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon.
Only the veil stood between us and a world of blighted darkness. But on this side, the gods could only tap a trickle. They had to turn that trickle into a flood. They sure could have used Solus's dagger to rip open the Fade.
But I haven't.
Some foolish mortal had taken it. So, they'd have to create a dagger of their own.
Someone said he looks like Jafar. Hang on, wait, what? Oh my god.
It's just a matter of time.
Oh, I'm not gonna be able to unsee it now. Oh my goodness.
I need to talk to Varric.
That's hilarious. By the way, I want to give a shout out. I put a video up in Discord earlier this morning of my brother. We did a video today about them going out on horseback to fix fence and change pastures with the cows. And they went out on horseback, and it's my brother and his 2 kids. And I gotta give a shout out to my 9-year-old nephew, because he shot like 90% of that video with the GoPro. He's getting damn good with that thing, which is awesome from my perspective because they just feed me footage now, and I'm just like, oh, this is cool. I can just edit all this together. He's getting really good at like getting the angles right, and I'm just got to give a shout out to him, becoming quite the little cinematographer, cameraman.
I wasn't expecting to see a resurgence of the Veilguard.
All right, we are going back to the lighthouse. I just heard somebody's comment on my review this morning that said Tash's dialogue made them vomit. Them's the people we live with today, guys. And girls, and everything in between. Tash's dialogue made me vomit. I guarantee you they never even played the Tash storyline.
I haven't seen much of you lately. I was getting worried. Everything all right? Wait,
Mosley T over on Twitch says, "What's up?"
Solus was using it at the ritual site.
No, before that. Shit, it can't be. Look at it, Rook.
Just tell me already.
Remember that story I told you about me and Hawk, Meredith and Orsino? How the trouble started in Kirkwall? On our expedition to the deep roads, that's what we found. That's what my brother tried to kill us for. An idol made of red lyrium. That sang a song which drove anyone who heard it mad.
Are you sure it's the same thing?
Oh, look at it. It's changed, but it's the same
check
size.
the weather.
Same ring at the top. Not to mention, it's pure lyrium. No one, not even the dwarves in Orzammar.
Well, we do have rain
work
scheduled
pure
for
lyrium
tonight.
like
Just
that.
a small chance.
It's too dangerous.
If that's true, if this dagger is the red lyrium idol from your story, how did Solus cleanse it of the blight?
I have no idea. I can't believe you found it.
Oh, hey, Rook. I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
You seem a little more comfortable with your new abilities. How are you feeling?
Exactly, Babylonia.
Things are weird, but I'm adjusting, I think.
It's an interesting
That's not
character.
what I came in here for, though.
Very interesting character.
All right, Harding. What's on your mind?
Mosley says, just chilling,
So,
improving my undead
the
Captain America
Wardens.
build. Nice.
I know some. A married couple Varric and I met while we were tracking Solus.
I'd almost forgot about that. I really am getting too old for this shit.
You think they'll talk to us? After the first Warden and everything?
It's worth a try. I can write them and hope.
Okay. Let's see who's in our corner.
Okay, who wants to talk to us? Nobody. We can go straight to the mission. Okay. Oh, you did indeed miss some stuff, Janet. All is not as it seems.
Are you one spirit who moves around, or different spirits who all look the same?
As needed, Dweller.
Right.
The deeper currents.
I'll be right back.
felt it the moment the boat docked.
That's the Fade going right to your bones.
Why did that just turn on? Wait, Hawk had charm, Conchai? I thought Dragon Age 2 was the worst Dragon Age ever, because I remember everybody who played Dragon Age Origins, when Dragon Age 2 came out, they said Dragon Age 2 was the worst Dragon Age of all time, and now all those people are praising Dragon Age 2 as like one of the best games of the franchise, and Dragon Age Veilguard is the worst Dragon Age of all time. I do remember forums and just people being pissed off when Dragon Age 2 came out because it changed the playstyle. I remember people being livid. And the fact that you were playing Hawk as opposed to an independent character. And God, the rose-tinted glasses that people have, because this game has always evolved from one game to the next. It's literally, yeah, exactly.
Let's clear them out.
Dragon Age 2 all over again. Give it 5 years. Mass Effect's gonna come out. People are gonna look back on this game and be like, "This is the best game ever."
Here we go. Take this shot. Snipers. Got us at range.
If the Darkspawn are here, the blood in this island must be running wild.
The gods want this place. They do not care how they defile it.
Have you seen the cutscene yet, Mister? The Morgan cutscene, where she talks about the storyline going all the way back to the first game and Plymouth and everything. That was an epic moment for me when that happened in the game. I was like, "Oh my God!" Alright, I definitely need to do this quest. Like, this is the first of the memory quests we've come across.
What's this? It looks like an entryway? Wait, what happened? This doesn't feel like the Fade, more like a dream or...
Andaran Atishan, Lassa Gilan.
Spirits, Fade friends, come forth. Enter the circle. Reveal yourselves.
Solus? Is that him?
Or a spirit posing as him.
Spirits, the Dread Wolf asks for your assistance on a crucial mission.
Does he think I'm one of these spirits?
The false gods, the Evanuris, have overreached. I shall humble them. Within their citadel lies a relic, with the power to imprison even a god. With it, I can bring their tyranny to an end, forever.
You are spirits of chaos, disorder, and disruption. We ask you to disrupt the Citadel's defenses. Give us the opening to get that relic. For freedom!
This is a memory. We're seeing the past when Solus sent this spirit army against the gods. If we're spirits of disruption, let's act like it.
I've been called disruptive a time or two.
All right. That is a really interesting way. I just noticed that. So we're in a dream world, right? We're in a dreamscape. So one of the important parts of performance in any video game is loading of assets. And these days, assets are streamed in, generally speaking, so that as you're moving forward, the assets are being loaded ahead of your character, as opposed to them just being there. In the past, they would just be there, and they would have LODs on them. So different distance protocols set up. So when you're 500 meters away, they render at a certain performance level. When you're 200 meters away, when you're 100 meters away, there's different levels that they would load at that you would see. So a tree would always be there, but it would just depend on how close you were to the tree, what version of the tree you were seeing. But now things are streamed in. So look at the stairs, because we're in a dreamscape right now. Look at the banisters going up the stairs as we move forward. And then I'm going to move down, and they fade back out. So that's pretty cool, because we are in a dreamscape. So it looks very realistic because we're in a dreamscape. If we were in the natural world, that would look a little weird. But this is a cool little trick for performance. And it also looks cool from a visual perspective.
Spirits! How did the wolf call up so many?
These memories are real enough to sting.
Fog of War, etc. Yeah. I think we gotta go up and use that crossbow to bust that hole over there.
Okay. I think we're through.
The gods told us this fortress couldn't be breached!
More enemies, go! They're all yours.
They bring the strength of the Fade!
We're almost through to their citadel, and the Evanurus know it.
They've changed their plans. Elganon may be a tyrant, but he is not a fool. That means the relic is genuine. We are close, and Elganon is afraid. Put our strongest in the vanguard. Prepare to breach the citadel. It will not be easy, but we shall win the day.
Disruption, lead the charge and do what you do best. Whatever champions the gods send against you, bring them down.
More of them. Death to all tyrants!
Reinforcements! We need more reinforcements!
You must hold fast! Victory!
Man, I am so freaking squishy, even on this easy mode. Like, ah!
The gods send aid! This... As far as you go.
Oh, I canceled on accident.
Disruption fought to the last, and it was all for nothing. We couldn't take the Citadel.
Wait, that body's me?
It was not for nothing, my friend. The distraction the spirits gave us allowed our agents to retrieve the relic.
Distraction?
No force could have breached this Citadel. But it was necessary for the enemy to believe we were committed. A heavy sacrifice, but one that gave us a real chance to end the war.
You knowingly sent all those spirits to their deaths. Solus, we're supposed to be better than that.
They died true to their nature, doing what they loved, Falasan. Let that be a comfort, that this war did not corrupt them into something different from what they were supposed to be.
A ruse. That's all it was. By this point, Solus didn't care who he sacrificed if it meant stopping the Evanuris.
I doubt it was the last time he did so either.
The memories sort of...
I will take that.
condensed into that statuette. Maybe there's more to this.
Yeah, Babylonia. It's something that I face on a day-to-day basis. Like, it's just the amount of, like, the people who, like, we've witnessed it a couple times already today. Like, the people who come in and chat, and they demand that I share their viewpoint, and if I don't share their viewpoint, they rant and rail, and they'll say things like, I'm unsubscribing, or whatever, and then they still stick around, and they just keep on, and I'm gonna make fun of them the whole time. I'm gonna do the free engagement song, we're gonna do the rent-free song. Like, if you don't have fun, that's you. You don't have to watch somebody who's playing a game that you're not having fun with. The fact that you're here and ranting, and people are like, you're just creating an echo chamber. You don't let anyone say anything against you. And it's like, I don't have to. Like, it's my space. This is not your fucking Congress floor for you to have free speech to say whatever the fuck you want. Like, this is my channel. I don't have to put up with your bullshit. You want to come here and rant and rave? Go for it, but we're not going to agree with you, and we're certainly not going to give you a safe space. Like, if you're so unhappy, go away, go play something else, do something else, pick up chess, model train building. I don't know. There's a million other hobbies you could pick other than video games if video games are causing such stress and hatred and anger in your life. Like, it's just that simple. That guy earlier was making me laugh. I almost peed myself. Because he was just... he said something along the lines of, like, I demand that you answer me. Like, I can't remember exactly his exact wording, but it was like, I demand that you answer me. I demand that you give me a reason for why. I demand. And it's like, fuck off. That's not how this works. So far I'm liking this a lot, Jenna. I like this more than the Rogue. It feels more beefy, you know. I'm definitely more squishy, but I feel more powerful. Like, just overall, it's like I can burn things down pretty quickly. Right, Bubbaloni. It's not an echo chamber. I think I've proven over the years that I'm more than happy to have people around who have dissenting opinions. I just don't have any tolerance for stupidity. There's a difference. It's certainly not hatred and trolls.
They're willing to talk.
In the middle of nowhere?
Where the first warden won't notice. But if they don't listen...
Your distraction worked. Could have said it when we were farther away.
Désolé, I didn't say it was a good plan. Ah, you made it! Harding, we meet again.
The one that triggers most, and it's the one that triggered that guy earlier, was when I go, when somebody makes a really nasty negative comment about any game that I play, and I literally respond, you and I are playing completely different games. That is the one, I have found that to be the most successful troll trigger phrase that I've used in the past several years of doing this. You and I are playing completely different games, which is not, it's not a false statement, because we are playing different games. You're playing a version of the game that you hate, and I'm playing a version of the game that I love. So they're completely different games. Subjectively speaking. Objectively speaking, they're absolutely the same game. But subjectively speaking, we are playing completely different games because I'm getting great enjoyment out of it and you're not. But when you make that statement to a triggered troll, they can't help themselves but to come back for second helpings. Because they're like, triggered! No, I must be right on the internet. And that guy apparently was so triggered he brought it into the live stream chat, which was absolutely brilliant. Gotcha.
I know.
Gotcha,
but
bitch.
You showed up anyway.
Well, your letter
Dave
was
Chappelle, man. Gotcha,
desperate.
bitch.
Harding?
What? Aren't we desperate?
I love
Let's
it.
hear what you've got to say.
I love it.
The elven gods are changing the blight. Darkspawn too. There was a village, Demeter's Crossing. They overran it with the blight in a snap. We saw the aftermath.
Whatever they're planning, it's bad. And if it involves the blight, we need Warden help.
A change. Manipulation. That could
That's
explain.
what we're saying. Manipulation. The weak-willed are easily manipulated.
That the elven gods are here, and it's a lot to accept. But we've been looking into oddities with the blight ourselves. It's altered. I can feel it. And your story.
A lot lines up.
Yeah, so Bexosaurus, that's a good comment to respond to. Matter of fact, Bexosaurus, hold up, man. You're spawning a YouTube video with that comment. Give me a second. That's a good discussion point. Here, let me get past this conversation.
Whatever you've heard from the First Warden, we're trying to help.
Yeah, we're getting that.
If the First Warden believes that village was an aberration, or that it did not happen as you say...
We're not exactly the First Warden's favorites. Your word and our theories won't win the whole order.
So what do we do?
If the Darkspawn are changing, Davern might help. Even among Wardens, he's known as a monster hunter. He got pulled on a mission. Not sure what, but it's farther into the mountains. We can get you a rough location.
I married someone with good advice. You find Davrin, and we'll keep after the Blight.
I can do that, and you won't regret helping us.
Bonne chance, Rook.
We'll be in touch.
Well, I'd say we found the camp. So did some Darkspawn, looks like.
The fire's still going.
Were they ambushed?
Who's a big boy? Who's a big pretty boy?
Easy, boy.
I'll be damned. A griffin.
Trouble is, he's not sure what you are. Neither am I.
Frick.
Evka and Antoine sent us. We're looking for Davrin.
You found him. Mind telling me why you smell like Darkspawn? Griffins hunt Darkspawn.
Maybe they're hunting you. There's blight on the tent.
What? Where are Lancet and Remy?
The camp was empty when we got here.
That doesn't sound good.
Hassan, to the trees!
We can help.
Try to keep up.
Alright, now that we're past that cutscene,
He's got a scent.
I want to go back to
Follow the squawks.
Bexasaurus's comment
I thought
here.
griffins were extinct.
We want the
So
world
let me
to
put
think
a timestamp here.
It's why we're training in the middle of nowhere. Hassan, don't get too far ahead.
Bexasaurus Rex said, I would love
That
to make
kinda
more
sounded
videos
like a no.
about
Maybe he
games,
even listens.
but I'm so attached
He's
to
a mind of his
things,
own.
it upsets me when people shit all over the things I love. Damn these emotions. This is actually a really good topic about how to get going as a content creator. And I know I've had people ask me questions about this, so this will go into that category of videos I make about how to get going as a content creator, how to be a streamer, all that other stuff. Because that is a challenge. And I've talked about this over the past week or so, dealing with the vitriol against this game. And I have showed you guys the screenshots. We've gone into my YouTube studios and I've shown you how like my channel average is, you know, up around 96%, but then all of these videos are like 70%. We went from 120 to 150 followers a day. We've been averaging 15 to 20 per day, and I had one day where I actually had negative 23 followers on YouTube, all because of Dragon Age the Veilguard. So how do you deal with that? How do you deal with playing a game that people are going to hate you for playing? How are you going to deal with playing a game where the trolls are going to be out in force trying to shit all over the thing that you love? And more importantly, like, this is also something we've discussed, like, how are you going to be able to deal with this if you are a content creator who not only is having the game that you want to love get shit on, but if they're trying to shit on you as a human being and they insult you and they say nasty things about you? Because you guys have all been here, you've been witness to the craziness that happens in chat sometimes with people. It is not easy. Now, it's easier for me because I'm monetized. So every engagement that I get is money. It's money. So it's much easier for me to sort of ignore it because I've talked about in the past, I view it like the slot machine at a casino. Like every single time someone comments, likes a video, dislikes a video, talks about something, says something in a live stream, you know, it's that handle being pulled, and I'm just like cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. But if you're not monetized, how do you get to that point? That is not an easy thing to do. I don't know that I have a solution for it, but I do think that I have maybe some advice to deal with that, because it is, and part of this is probably because I spent so many years as a freelancer and working on other people's projects. So you kind of have to take your emotions out of the projects when you're working on someone else's baby, because you're not there to create your thing. You're there to do something for somebody else. But also as a writer for many years, working on projects for other clients, and also anything I've ever done, the editing process is part of the job. And getting used to that is part of what is the buffer for me, because as part of that creative process, way too many writers, especially young writers, when they first get going, they'll write a short story or they'll write something for somebody, and then the editor gets a hold of it and they get emotionally crushed because the editor's like, you need to pull this out, this character doesn't make any sense, this piece is trash, this doesn't make sense, we need to rearrange, we need to cut it up and move it around. And you have a lot of people who, when they're in the younger stages of being a writer or an artist of any type, musician, painter, whatever, it's hard to get past that because it's your baby and someone's killing your baby and someone's like, but you have to learn to realize that that's just part of the creative process. You put everything down and then you rip it all apart again and you move it all around. How does that look? Okay, that looks a little bit better, but maybe I strip this out over here and put these things over here. And once you can get to the point where you can understand that that's just part of the process, you no longer have an emotional attachment to the work, because it's just work. And it's just words on paper. It's just, paint on a canvas. It's just, notes on a page, lyrics on a page. Like, those things can always change. They're always fluid. So that has helped me in the content creation space. However, it still is emotionally difficult when people are trying to shit all over the things that you love. And I don't know that there is a guaranteed solution for that. One of the things that I've worked hard on with my own channel has been curating my audience. So one of the nice tools that YouTube has, and this is where you'll get people who will criticize you and claim that you're creating an echo chamber. Oh, you're deleting comments, blah, blah, blah. Fuck them. Like, this is a private business. My YouTube channel is a private business. Your YouTube channel is your private business. So I watched my buddy Liam from Liam's Lyceum. He's a booktuber who got monetized last year. He finally got monetized after several years of working up his YouTube channel. And he decided to celebrate by doing a live stream. And the first live stream he ever did, because he had never done a live stream before on YouTube, he did an open chat live stream. And he got swarmed with trolls his very first live stream. He had like 50 people in his live stream, and within the first 5 minutes, people were saying, poop, turd, shit, turd shit, poop shit, piss turd. Like, people were just posting stupid shit in chat because they can. So YouTube actually has a lot of tools behind the scenes which help that kind of stuff. So as an example, every time I go live, the first thing I do is you can actually set the who's allowed to comment on your live streams. So you can set that so that only, as an example, it could be open to anybody, or it can be only subscribers. And then you can set tiers of like subscribers who have been following your channel for at least 10 minutes, or subscribers who have been following you for like at least 20 minutes. That's a setting I recommend everyone use, because if you just leave it open to anybody, that means anyone who's even those people who aren't subscribers, they can come and comment, and you're going to get trolls. When you set it to subscriber only, they have to at least subscribe to your channel first. And when you put a time limit in place, like 10 or 20 minutes, you're immediately eliminating like 90% of the trolls, because they're not going to be willing to subscribe and sit and wait for 10 or 20 minutes to drop a stupid comment in your chat. The other thing you could do is immediately just turn off links. Do not let anyone, and this goes for Twitch as well, because I'm multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube right now. Do not let anyone post links in chat. Turn that shit off immediately. Never, ever, ever let people post links in your chat, because they will try to sell you. They'll spam their services. They'll spam corn. They'll spam links to other people's stuff just to contradict you. They'll try to link their own stuff. Don't let other people post links in your stuff, ever. The other thing is, yeah, I say corn. We all know what we're talking about. Corn spam. I like corn. There are a lot of moderation tools that YouTube and Twitch provide you with as a new content creator. Anytime you do an upload as well, this applies to YouTube, not to Twitch, but anytime you do an upload, you also have the ability to just turn comments off. Now, some people, there's a pro and con to that. What's up? Okay. Okay. Yeah, yogurt, please. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll see you in a bit. Love you. Thank you. No, I'm good. Thank you. Pros and cons to turning off the comments on YouTube videos. The pro is that no one can comment, so that you're going to have, none of the shitty people will be able to leave shitty comments. The con is that no one can leave comments, even the people who want to congratulate you on what you're doing. However, YouTube also has an amazing series of moderator tools where you can add words into the filter so that it automatically blocks any of the people who are using those types of terminology. So for example, I finally had to add words to the list when I started streaming this game, because of all the trolls who were coming out of the woodwork bashing me and my channel for playing this game. So things like woke agenda, that got added. Anybody who uses the word, uses the phrase woke agenda, their comment automatically gets held or blocked on YouTube and Twitch. So if you try to say woke agenda, it's blocked. People who use the word cope or copium, those words are blocked. People who use the words gay shit, gay agenda, transgender, all these different racial and bigoted, hateful terms, we block those terms from being used in chat, which does eliminate the vast majority of those comments from coming through. People will still try to get creative with spelling, so you have to keep an eye on that. But the other thing that YouTube does, which Twitch doesn't, but this is for YouTube, YouTube allows you to hide a user from the channel, which is a brilliant feature. If someone is being disruptive, you just hide them from the channel. You can't see their comments anymore. None of your followers can see their comments anymore, and they can still rail into the void thinking that they're making comments, but they're never being seen. People are like, you're shadow banning me, and it's like, yeah, I don't want you here. This is my private business. No shirt, no shoes, no service. It's that simple. My YouTube is my private space. Your YouTube is your private space. If you're sharing something with someone, you get to control the standards of quality for your YouTube channel, for your Twitch chat. Same thing for Discord. You are allowed to set up your own Discord rules for your Discord. So it is your space to do with what you want. So if you're wanting to create content around a video game, and you start making videos, or you start doing streams, and you start getting hateful commentary, you can lock that stuff down. You can just hide those people from the channel. You can block certain words from being used. Those are tools that you can use. Eventually, when you get monetized, there are additional tools you can use. For example, on both YouTube and Twitch, I can put my channels into subscriber only or member only mode, meaning that only people who are paying to be a subscriber of my Twitch channel or paying to be a member of my YouTube channel, only they are allowed to chat in the live streams. That's a form of moderation, because no troll is going to spend $5-6 or whatever to get through the door only to then get banned after I've taken their money. So it's a great moderator tool after you've gotten monetized. But really, you know, I want to address the what about when you're not monetized. So those are the tools that you could use. But I will say this as well. You must develop a thick skin. And the only way you develop a thick skin is by going out and letting yourself be attacked. It's like building calluses. The only way you get calluses is by suffering a little bit. You're going to have to go get up on the bar, do pull-ups. Your muscles are going to hurt. Your fingers are going to hurt. It takes effort to build calluses. Once you build the calluses, it no longer hurts. Once your muscles are used to doing push-ups and pull-ups, they don't hurt anymore. But the initial stages of that can be painful. But if you want to develop calluses, you have to be willing to put yourself through that pain. So I realize that it might be emotionally challenging in the early stages of doing content creation and streaming, but there are a lot of tools in place specifically there to help people with those growing issues. That's one of the reasons YouTube got rid of the dislike button. That's one of the reasons, or the visible dislikes, not the dislike button. Like Instagram did the same thing. They got rid of the visible dislikes. And the reason is because they don't want people using dislikes as a form of harassment. Because you will get trolls who will legitimately seek you out and downvote your stuff, which we have seen with our Dragon Age Veilguard content. The good thing is that downvotes all count towards algorithm. So it's a downvote, an upvote, a comment, a view. It's all the same. It's all engagement. It all means that your channel is getting views and interaction, which in the eyes of the algorithm is a good thing. But you do have to develop thick skin, because in order to hide the abusive dicks from your chat, you have to be willing to wade through the shit. So for a long time, my daily routine was get up in the morning, sit down at my desk with my cup of coffee and a little bit of Santa's salad, and I would sit here, and the first hour and a half of my day was literally going through my comments on YouTube every single morning. And I still do this to some degree, but it's a little bit different these days compared to what it used to be, because I have always been about curating my community. So what does that mean? That means I go into the comments every single morning, and I respond to everybody who's nice. I respond with positivity, right? Thank you. Great. You know, I appreciate it, etc., etc., etc. Everybody who's negative, there's a couple of different things I do. If they're just being stupid about something and they're like, oh, this game sucks, blah, 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 I respond with, you and I are playing completely different games. That's easy, because it's literally, it's fact. You and I are playing different games. That triggers the troll. More often than not, they will then come back with a really nasty response about how you're an idiot, you're a dipshit, blah, 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 blah. Then you immediately hide that person from the channel. You got them back, you got the engagement, you got the algorithm click, you got the bump up in the algorithm, you got them back for more, you hide them from the channel, you move on with your day. You won. You won because you managed to get them to come back a second time. Cha-ching! Motherfucker, I got you, bitch. Living rent-free in their head. So you just put this mantra in your head. Living rent-free, whatever tune you want to use, you're living rent-free in their head, right? That's how you deal with trolls. That's how you can develop that thick skin. You just, I'm living rent-free in their head. And the other one is free engagement. It's free engagement when they come back and they try to get you. Now, if it's something truly atrocious, like the one thing I've been really hard on recently is people who come to the channel and try to say something like, trans people are sick in the head, the LGBT community is, sucks, trans people are mentally ill, Tash, woke agenda, all that stuff. Those people I hide from channel immediately because I'm curating my audience. I don't want those people here. I don't want them. This is not a Reddit forum. This is not a public debate space. This is my fucking YouTube channel, my fucking Twitch chat. My rules, my way or the highway. If you're not going to play by my rules, get the fuck out. No shirt, no shoes, no service. This is my private space to do with what I want. And as long as I'm operating within the rules of Twitch and YouTube, I'm allowed to set my own standards of what I allow to exist within my space. This is not creating an echo chamber. We see plenty of dissension in my YouTube chat and my Twitch chat. I don't shut people out just because they have a difference of opinion, but I will absolutely hide people from the channel and ban them if they are being hateful, racist, bigotous assholes. Like, we don't permit that sort of stuff here. But again, you have to have a thick enough skin to be able to wade through the comments every single morning, and that does take some desensitize. I'm never going to be able to say that word. You have to be desensitized to that a little bit. And what I've done, my coping mechanism, if you want to call it that, is just free engagement. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. But even if you're not monetized, I think that might be a good mantra to use, because it's one more step on the way to getting monetized on your channel. So just look at it as free engagement. And I think the rent-free thing is important, because if you're living rent-free in somebody's head and they're coming back for second helpings of trying to be a dick, you've won. The moment they call you a name, you've won. The moment you push back against the bully, you have won. It's good. It's a good thing. Yeah, Trandoshan, I don't understand the culture of invading other people's space as well. Like, I think the only person whose content I actively watch is like Slander Gaming, Co-Carnage. There's like 3 or 4 people I will watch on a regular basis, but I don't even I don't chat on their streams or anything. I just go watch and lurk. Bubbliness says, genuine is when you heckle the band and the singer might jump into the crowd and punch you in the mouth. People risk nothing by commenting in chat, and they haven't earned that platform. Yeah, Rex, you got sad you couldn't comment that it was Jadsia Dax when I forgot the name. Yeah, because there's terminology that's just blocked. And it's unfortunate that some things, get blocked like that. That could be innocent, but that's the result of getting hammered by trolls and idiots. It is what it is. Hopefully that's I don't think that you'll ever be able to completely separate yourself from the emotional side of it, because, being real here, as I stretch my leg out a little bit, I'm a human like everybody else. I get a little riled up occasionally. We had that one guy a few weeks ago. I called him a toxic twat, and I did apologize for it about 2 hours later, because I felt guilty after that. But he was being disruptive enough, and in a joking manner, I called him a toxic twat. Tom, I think is his name, or that's the username he used. I mean, we all have boundaries. We all have limits. We're all human beings. But I'll tell you, it can, real talk with my, wife from time to time. When you wake up in the morning and you sit down, and I'm a small streamer, small content creator in the grand scheme of things. I do make a full-time living at this, but I don't have. It's very rare for me to have hundreds of people in my chat. It depends on the game I'm playing. Some games I do get hundreds of people in my chat, but most days we're 60 to 80 people. And that's manageable. I don't have a moderating team. And as you get bigger, you have to have a moderating team just to deal with the amount of shit that comes through. But there are absolutely days where, I wake up in the morning and I got to go through 500 YouTube comments. And like 30% of them, 40%, sometimes 50% of them are people calling me a stupid idiot, calling me a dipshit, telling me that I suck BioWare's dick, that I'm a Bethesda dick sucker, that I'm a cuck, that my wife's a cuck. All these insults that they throw at me because they're upset that I'm enjoying a video game. And we have shared those on stream because I like to take those troll tiers and turn them into profit, because I'm monetized, but not everyone's in that boat. But you just have to find a way, whatever way it is for you, you have to find a way to take that negativity and turn it into positivity. You know, find a way to take that nastiness and make it work for you as opposed to letting it drag you down. But it will still affect you. Like, I'm not immune to, you know, insults and barbs. I'm just very good at deflecting, and because I know that it's, you know, I'm getting paid to be live, and I'm getting paid to put videos on the internet. It's sort of like the cost of doing business, if that makes sense. So you just take it in a stride. But again, there is, you know, some of that is just, I'm old. There's that song, it went viral a few years ago. It was I Got No More Fucks to Give, and the guy's playing like a ukulele or something. But it's like, you know, when you start off when you're young, you've got a million fucks. By the time you're 20, you're down to 500,000 fucks. By the time you're 30, you're down to 250,000 fucks. By the time you're 40, you're down to 10,000 fucks. You've got a lot fewer fucks left to give. And so the older you get, the less fucks you really give about all of these things, like people being mean on the internet or having negative things to say. And Chris and I get a good chuckle out of it. Like the other day when that person was calling me a lousy husband, you know, I brought Chris in here and we made a joke out of it, and I made a YouTube video out of it. And I got paid. Like, I took someone else's trolly behavior and I turned it into a win by making a YouTube video that earned me money. So, you know, it's a real thing. You do got to get over it a little bit. You have to be able to build some calluses. Hopefully that's a little bit of a insight with a lot of cursing in it. I probably could have done a PG-13 version, but it's not quite as effective. Yes, a big issue is people like Grums out there stirring people up and making people angry and inciting young people to violence. I've seen Star Wars Theory do some pretty gnarly stuff recently too, in terms of trying to get his followers to attack other people. And I think that's a dangerous path. I would seriously get pissed off if anybody from my community ever did that shit. Like went off and tried to weaponize something I said. I would nip that shit in the bud immediately. Correct, Mayu, and that's why I like to use that phrase. You and I are playing completely different games, because we are. You're playing a completely different game than me, because your version of things is different than my version. At least from a subjective point of view. Not just Twitter. I think all social media is... There's a danger there. It's a powerful tool, but with great power comes great responsibility, as Uncle Ben would say. And another big problem is the lack of accountability in, you know, people just saying whatever they want in an internet space because no one's confronting them face to face. I mean, the Asmongold thing was a perfect example of, like, you know, when his mom passed, I used to like his content. You know, he used to sit out on the back porch and he'd talk about life and he would play video games for fun. And then his mom died, and he just went into this downward spiral over the past few years, to the point where, you know, he got the Twitch ban because he was being a racist prick. And that's literally because he became the monster that his community egged him on to be. He started listening to them and allowing them to manipulate who he was. And that's a dangerous path that I think anyone who does this for a living can get into, because when you get at a certain point where you get so big that you think that you are important and you think that you matter in a way that you don't, and your ego takes control, and that's a danger for anybody who starts making obsessive amounts of money and having you know, tens of thousands and millions of yes men surrounding you. It's a danger.
Dead Darkspawn.
And yes, having
These are
positive
part
people
of
is
the
important.
training.
Like,
Hassan was half right.
I jokingly say,
There's no time for half wrong.
the angry
Hassan,
incels of the
we're
internet,
looking for live Darkspawn.
all they really need is a hug.
He understands?
Not sure he understands anything but dinner. Keep on it, Hassan. They're around here somewhere.
All they need is a hug. The problem is, you know, they've got no one in their lives that love them. And that's what happened to Asmongold. His mom died, and he has no girlfriend. And nobody really cares about him. You know, no one's really his friend. He has streamer buddies who are there because they can make money with him. But I've never seen him talk about real friendships or anything like that. Co Carnage had a really good video he put out the other day when his dog died, then his cat died, and you had people on social media like, "Oh, just get over it, man. They were just pets. They're not actually family members. They're just pets." And he came out and made a video about, you know, one of the things you sacrifice when you do this for a living is you sacrifice that social element. Now, I'm lucky enough because I lived a full life before I started doing this for a living. So I've already gotten all my social interactions out of the way. I've already done all that. So, you know, starting to do this in my early 40s, I was already at a point, you know, where I'd already gotten over it. Well, Ko was talking about, like, he definitely had built himself this bubble of, like, over the last 10 years through his 30s, you know, late 20s into his late 30s of being, you know, just a bubble. Him and his wife and the kids and the pets. And that's good and bad. Like, you can't really have healthy relationships if you're spending 12 hours a day being live in a video game. You got to have somebody that's with you. And if you can have a supportive spouse or something, that's great. But what about the guys who don't have a supportive significant other? Those are the ones who become, traditionally speaking, if you look at the really angry dudes on the internet, like the angry streamers, the angry content creators, traditionally speaking, they're all guys who have no girlfriends, no significant others. They're just lonely people who don't have anyone to hug them, to tell them that they're special. You know, and that's what they need. They need somebody in their lives to give them meaning. And they don't have it, and so they look to chat. And unfortunately, chat can be a toxic cesspool, and it's not, you know, it's not necessarily a healthy thing. I'm very blessed. I have an amazing wife, and she and I have done so much together before I ever started down this path. You know, and neither one of us care to have outside, like, we've already done all that social stuff. Like, we've already traveled the world. We did that when we were younger. Traveled the world, worked around the world, worked with a lot of people, ran a couple companies, did a lot of cool shit. And now we're kind of like retired, sort of, but not really, just kind of, you know, it's like, yeah, Neb, they're always looking for validation somewhere. Everybody needs a hug at the end of the day. Kill them with kindness. Now, I got sidetracked running around here, and I missed what I was supposed to do here. Gotta go up this ladder, I think. That's because cat people are cool people, Bexosaurus. I mean, dogs are okay too, Babylonia. But you know, I'm just gonna say everybody loves pussy more than I do. Oh, insert dirty joke for the win.
How do we get up that?
The Griffins have been training for this sort of thing. Let's see if Hassan was paying attention.
I think I'm about ready for a cup of coffee, guys. Haven't had one for a hot minute or few.
Hassan, hit that!
That's impressive. You teach him that?
No, Lancet and Remy did. They're the Griffin Whisperers.
So you're the bodyguard.
Griffins are the Warden's greatest legacy. Someone has to protect them.
I'm getting closer to finally getting Tash in my party, guys, because that's the ultimate party composition is Tash and Lucanus. Those are going to be my two main companions.
I hate fighting Darkspawn. Something in me just recoils from them.
That's why it's a job for professionals.
Oh my god, that's a lot of Darkspawn. Let's see here. Oh, that detonates overwhelmed, applies sundered. Ooh. Alright, let's
Hassan, attack!
Your turn.
Do we have another one inside of there? There's gotta be. Yeah, there's another foil inside of there we gotta go take care of. God, I love the Ice Mage.
Remy, where are you?
Alright, I can upgrade the workshop. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the crowd control. Like, it's all cool to like burn stuff down, but I always have liked Ice Mages in like every game I play.
Remy,
Like,
where are you hurt?
Frost Mage, Ice Mage, good stuff.
Everywhere. A monster came out of nowhere. Darkspawn were following it. Lancet ran ahead.
Back?
Davrin, remember. a light touch. Hassan's still learning.
You're the trainer.
Not anymore.
So I was just checking on Twitch because it doesn't actually show me moderated messages.
Let's get through
and
here.
I know that
Those two statues are the spare key.
iCat, you had written a comment that got caught because you had terminology in there. I read your comment. Your comment's not bad, but that's a perfect example of like I have all these moderation terms set up now, so that it flags certain terms. I'm going to read your comment because it's a good comment, but it did get blocked. I completely agree with you. There are people commenting just to get some attention or to have a bad day, and they want to poison somebody else's day too. They need to fuck off, and that's the right approach. But another thing is that there are streamers who are egocentric, and if you aren't their sub or insider in chat, they will shit all over you for no reason. I've been watching one streamer in the D4. Diablo 4, I'm assuming. And he was literally shitting on new people for no reason. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a thing as well. I mean, there's toxicity no matter where you go, and I'm sure that from a certain point of view, I know I have been accused of toxic positivity, which is not really a thing in the way that they think. But you know, there's a certain level of just human decency, and I think that big streamers in particular can sometimes lose sight of how they got there in the first place, and that's definitely a legit thing. I should be paying attention. These need to go in a different direction, and I forget what it was. It's around to this shield. Like, it's because it's a real thing of you know, sometimes people get too big for their britches, and they forget where they came from, and they forget about, you know, how did they get there in the first place, and it was the people, you know.
Hassan, on me. No time for hide and seek, Hassan. This is real.
Hassan, that's Elven for arrow.
Elby grows into it.
Oh, that coffee sounded better and better.
More darkspawn here.
Lancet's trying to stop the Gloomhowler. It's going after the other Griffins.
There are other Griffins?
Whole family. Hassan's brothers and sisters.
The bridge is out.
This place is falling apart. There's a ladder up there. That's our way through this. Good job.
Watch out, Rook! Darkspawn!
Make this quick. We have to get through here. Hassan can help with the fight.
Watch out! One more to go! Big one!
I see it!
Don't like that one.
What was that?
It's coming from the area.
She's definitely a cute character. I went with Neb for my first romance option, and I don't regret it at all. But I'm definitely doing Tash this time around because Tash's storyline was just too freaking awesome, and she was such a badass character. So that's really what I've been trying to do, like today. And if I can get to Tash today, hopefully. But my objective is to get to the point where I can get Tash, because then my ultimate party is Tash and Lucanus for this playthrough. Obviously, I'm going to be maxing everybody out because this is going to be more of my completionist journey compared to the first playthrough. But Harding's story is just epic.
Never seen Darkspawn this bold. Not unless there's a blight.
There's a blight.
Definitely take that.
The Wardens told you this?
Alright, I am gonna grab some more coffee.
But your first
will
Warden
be
doesn't
right
want our
back.
help.
He's a stubborn one.
Why does the Gloomhowler want the Griffins?
The real question's how it knows about them. Up until now, it only went after Wardens. Now it shows up here with a rabble of Darkspawn? These Griffins are a secret.
Alright. iCat says, first time on your stream, but I've been watching your YouTube for a while now. Really appreciate what you do and how good reviews you have for games. I discovered your YouTube channel because of Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 2 is a perfect example of a game I didn't really like, but I still played. And I think I gave it a pretty fair shake. I gave it a fairly positive review. It had a lot I did not like. That was one of the first times I ever pushed myself out of my comfort zone to play a game that I wasn't sure if I was going to enjoy it out of the get-go. And I ended up having fun with it. There was a lot I didn't like about it. But I do like to think that I give fairly fair reviews of games. I mean, everybody's got sensationalism they spin. No, you stay here. You stay right there, buddy. Do not go bother your brother. Where are you going? Sit down. Alright, good boy. Someone's asking what brand of a chair I use. Nothing. This is like an Amazon. I think it was whatever was like the. I literally looked up office chairs, and like look for ones. You know what I want more than anything else? This right here. This is squishy armrests. That's the number one thing I want in an office chair. I want squishy armrests. So it's not a special gaming chair or anything like that. It's just a Amazon office chair with squishy arms. Hey, sit down, Smeagol. Don't worry about your brother. What do I think of Monster Hunter Wildlands? I'm not gonna play it. That's one of the reasons I don't really like the combat heavy Monster Hunter games. That's one of the reasons Dragon's Dogma 2 for me was sort of a meh experience because it was mostly just killing endless waves of repetitive mobs. Now this game definitely has a similar component, but this game also has something that Dragon's Dogma 2 did not have, which was a really cool party system and relationships and NPCs who are more than just mute mercenaries who do abilities at your side. I don't know. In a perfect world, if I had tons of time, I might go play Monster Hunter Wilds, but it doesn't look like something that would appeal to me. It's the same reason I won't go play Elden Ring. Elden Ring is not a game that appeals to me. I know going into it that I'm not going to like combat.
Keep moving. The area's not far.
Oh, I am truly...
Damn it, it's Lancet. I want this thing's head on a pike.
Oh, Jas is back, one of our favorite trolls. It doesn't surprise me. It's not just that you don't like the combat, it's that you probably die 5,555 times because it's not for pansies. That's right, buddy. I'm not a try-hard, die-hard gamer, bro.
Made the gloom howl.
I'm a proud Care Bear. Thanks for the free engagement, sir.
What is this?
Back again, my #1 fan.
Everything's wrong.
Well, one of my #1 fans. Can't stay away. Living rent-free in your head. You gotta come back every day. Making my living from
More griffins!
We have to get them out of there.
Can't. Some kind of blood magic on these locks. It's okay, just calm down. You too, Rumptail. We'll come back for both of you.
Got this. Mayo says over on Twitch, I watched Asmongold's videos recently after his ban. I feel like he's still not doing as well as he was before his mom died. Yeah, I think it is slightly better, but it's still not a return to the way things used to be. He still is pushing rage bait. It might not be hate bait, but he's definitely still pushing rage bait content. Potion! Potion! This guy's gonna come at me. Is this guy not dead yet? There we go.
Your turn!
Mike says these hater comments might actually be entertaining if they were original and funny. Fox Knight says, LOL, yeah, play games to have fun, not try to impress others with your elite skills. Don't see why some people think it's a measure of manliness or something. Oh, I know. It's, I'm not a real gamer. He's just jealous because I get paid to play video games and he sits in his mom's basement. It's all good. Give him a hug, guys. You know what he needs. Kill him with kindness. Big hug to Jasa Ozlaj. Big hug, buddy. We know you need it. Item found. Oh yeah, that's definitely better than the sword he's weird wielding. Fox Knight says, a hug from my queer furry ass might make his head explode. You're not wrong.
They're up there. Stormwind, I'll be back for you. Don't worry, Big Tooth. We'll get you out.
That's awesome. Are you calming down, Smeagol? I think he finally did calm down. I had to bring him in from outside because he was being a naughty boy outside, so. But then he came in here, he wanted to steal his brother's spot on the bed, and it's like, no, 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 no. You sit and just relax on the chair. It's because Chris isn't here right now. She went to the grocery store, so I had to duck out and play cat dad when I went to go get my drink. Keep the peace between the children.
Their blood is mine.
So it can talk. I'll spill mine before that happens.
And I'll collect, Warden, on both of you.
Well, I don't think it matters, because she's going to run anyway.
Leave these animals alone. They aren't yours.
They've always belonged to me. Mortal threats are a dull blade.
Mortal threats are a dull blade. I love that quote.
There are only 13 griffins alive in Thetis. That monster just took 12 of them.
What if we could help get them back?
I'd ask, what's the catch?
I need a monster hunter for the Blight to end all blights.
The first Warden agreed to this?
I don't need permission to save the world.
Boom! I don't need permission to save the world.
These are unusual times.
Well, you did save Hassan back there, so you're no lightweight. And if you can help get the other griffins back.
He likes the idea.
Yeah, I think that's
hoping you
for
brought
real,
food.
Phantom. I think he took it really hard. I think it takes
on,
time to
son.
get over stuff like that. It's only
Let's
been
get
a
to
few
know
years.
our new friends.
You know, I will also say, you know, as a human being, I went through a very bad breakup in my late 20s. Pretty much the relationship that I had been in throughout my entire 20s, an 8.5-year relationship, and it ended poorly. The individual I was with cheated on me, and it was not cool. And I was not a nice person for like a good 2-3 years after that. Like, I was a very bitter, angry, you know, and it was only with time that I was like, you know, here's all the things I did
So
wrong
this is where you live, huh?
that contributed
In the
to that
Fade?
scenario happening.
Yeah, it's cozy.
Self-reflection,
And the gods can't find us here.
all that stuff that comes with
Right.
age and wisdom.
Never going to get used to that.
We'll find you and Hassan a nice...
I do not want to think about what I would have been like if I had been a
What's wrong?
streamer and gone through that in a public
Everything's wrong. Treviso
manner.
and Minrathis are both under attack.
Blighted
know,
dragons.
like-
2 of them. 1 for each city.
Damn it. So the dragon at Demeter's Crossing wasn't the only one.
Especially if
You
I
got
had,
back
you know,
just in time.
all those people around me egging me on one way or the other. Like, I don't think that there are. It's a weird place we live in now with this parasocial relationships that people have with these massive online communities. It's weird.
Then grab your gear and let's go.
Exactly. It's like this private
cannot
thing,
be
but
in
you're
two
having
places
to
at
deal
once.
with it in a public manner.
Treviso's a merchant
Like-
city. It has no defenses, and the canals run everywhere. If we don't stop that dragon,
I'm definitely
people will
taking a
die.
different
Innocent
choice,
people.
Fox, because last time I chose
My
Minrathous because I
people.
wanted to romance
They
Dev,
either die right away
and this
from the
time
dragon,
I
or
don't.
slowly after, from blight in the
I
water.
want Tash,
We
so
need to
and I
go
know
to
Lucanus is
Treviso.
going to be my part, so
And leave
I want to do
Menrathous to burn?
the other
Nev.
side this time.
The Shadow Dragons will fight, right to the end of it. But we're the only ones keeping the Venatori in check. And if we fail, the Venatori will take advantage. They'll make a push for the throne, and hand the gods the entire Tevinter Empire.
Is there any chance we can...
Damn it! There's no time! I need to go home. I need
I
to
think
be
guys
in
like
Menrathous.
Co-Carnage still
And I
still
must
keep
go
it
to
pretty focused on
Go
Let's
where
Play.
you feel you must, Rook. We cannot
gazing.
wait.
What's our move, Rook?
We helped Lucanus in Treviso. We have to trust that the Shadow Dragons can take
But
care
way
of things
too many
in
streams,
Menrathous.
like
That said, two of you
Asmongold
should join
even
Nev
said
there.
like I
See
think
if
it
you
was
can help.
earlier this year
We'll
maybe.
head to Treviso.
Like he did a
Understood.
YouTube video about how he's
Let's
like,
all
all
try
you
to
guys
make it
keep
through this
asking me,
alive,
when am I ever gonna
alright?
go back to playing World of Warcraft? And he's like, I'm not. Like, I don't enjoy. He said I much prefer just hanging out on stream talking about real world stuff and life and culture and games. Like he just wants to be like a commentator now and just like he just wants to have that social connection while he goes through his subreddit and goes through Twitter and he just wants to do reaction stuff now. And that's fine. I mean, he did gaming for many, many, many years. But that's the thing. Like, he's no longer a gaming streamer. You know, he's become something different. Whereas Co-Carnage, as an example, has still firmly remained a gaming streamer. You know, that's yeah. But I think we were talking about this a couple days ago. I think it was again Shroud, whose stuff pops up on my TikTok feed all the time. Was saying that like it's really hard to be a gaming streamer these days because no one wants to listen to you just play games. People want you to be a dick, and it's like if you're not creating rage bait content, no one wants to watch you. And the perfect example of this is we did the social experiment with New World Eternum, where we did the reverse rage bait videos, where every time, like we sat here as a stream when I was playing New World Eternum, we sat here as a stream and we looked at the top like 6 things that were being said negative about New World Eternum, like, you know, it's gonna fail, blah blah blah. We just took the top 6. I don't remember what all the titles were, and I went and I literally just ripped that off from every big negative video that I could find. I also did this with Starfield and Shattered Space as well. Like quests aren't content. Like somebody had a comment where they said quests aren't content, and the writing isn't content. Worst DLC ever. That was my favorite for Shattered Space. Worst DLC of all time. So I made a thumbnail and it said worst DLC of all time. And I started the video off and I said, oh my god, guys, you cannot believe Shattered Space. It is just one of the greatest games I've ever played. It's an awesome DLC. Blah, 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 blah. You know, and so we took the rage bait thumbnail and the rage bait title of the video, and we got those people in the first 10 seconds of the video. They thought that I was agreeing with them. And then turns out I'm talking positively. My normal Starfield video will get 5,000 views. Those videos were getting 15 to 25,000 views because we were using negative thumbnails and we were acting like we were upset about something, and the negativity sells. And so it is hard to be a gaming streamer these days because people don't want to just listen to you sit and play games. They want to listen to you rant about things. They want to hear that you have the same political viewpoints as them. They want to hear you talking about how, you know, overwhelm and this. Yeah, we'll take Harding. You know, they want to find validation for the pain that they're feeling because they hate their life, they hate their job, they're lonely, they're looking for connection. Coke Carnage had a really good discussion one time on the danger of the parasocial relationship with your community is that unfortunately a lot of people feel like they are your actual physical friends.
Listen,
And,
the dragon.
like I was talking about this earlier. The guy who got upset because I missed his chat. I missed his chat in the chat spam because there's like, you know, a lot of comments that go through and I can't see every single one. And sometimes Streamlabs doesn't show me everything too. Sometimes Streamlabs bugs out and I don't see chat from Twitch. Sometimes I don't see chat from YouTube. I have to refresh it. There are things that happen, and he got mad because I didn't answer his comment in YouTube, and so he took a screenshot of it, and then he basically went to Facebook and started harassing me in private messages to my Facebook page, ranting about how I'm a channel member and I gave you money and you were ignoring me and you're an asshole. And it's like, dude, I can't, like, you don't do that. There are boundaries that you don't get to cross. Like, and that's because people don't want to just watch you play video games sometimes. Sometimes people want to own a piece of you.
It fights for us! It lies for the Untown! That feast in the sky take the city for the
And I was saying earlier, like, I am not a jukebox, You don't get to, like, put a coin in me and make me dance. That's not how this works. Oh yeah, Fox Knight, if you weren't around for that, we had people ranting about how quests, they were talking about how Shattered Space, I think Shattered Space was the one where the guy said, dialogue isn't content. The only thing that I consider content are new weapons, new abilities. I forget the exact rant he left, but he was like, quests, writing isn't content. And I think it was New World where we had the quest on content guy. Yeah, because New World was the one where the guy was ranting because they didn't have enough new raid dungeons and new in-game loot. He was like, I don't care about quests, I want more loot.
The city can't take any more.
Well, most days we do only focus on games, Fox Knight. However, unfortunately, when I have the chat open and we're not on members and subscribers only, I get a lot of people come in here and attack, and I have to go on the defensive because I don't.
It's Taya from the Crows.
I don't just sit and take it, and that can unfortunately distract us sometimes from playing.
Rook, you're just in time. When the dragon attacks,
asleep,
the Antam soon follow.
It is strong and fast. You must get its attention, then lure it onto the ground.
I know, Maya, it's a Bethesda game. Dialogue's like half the
your
content.
courage. We will need it.
Like I said, as long as the growth is good, March is when Chris and I are going to sit down and discuss finances, and as long as everything's good, we're going to hire a moderator, and then I'll be able to focus more on just playing the games and less on needing to moderate my chat.
Despair, ignorance, mortal confusion. Yet this city offers nothing better than a pawn of the Dread Wolf.
Gillenane!
Your hatred could not stand against us ages past. He will not help you now. Give us the Dread Wolf's dagger.
Come get it.
Retrieve the knife and whatever else remains of these mortals.
Alright. Let's watch me die a horrible death.
Death is too
Oh yeah, this is a lot different than the rogue. Holy crap.
Ready, Rook?
Well, you're ready, I'm not. I'm dying a horrible death, sir.
Thanks, Lucanus.
Anytime.
We're on race.
Oh, he got me anyway.
Ready, Rook.
No, hang on.
Got him in position.
They're all yours.
God damn.
Ranged attackers.
Get it.
I'm good.
Stay there.
Completionist said 70 hours in, I just realized I could enchant abilities. What do you mean you can enchant abilities? I'm on my second playthrough and I don't know anything about enchant abilities. What does that mean? What is enchant abilities, completionist? Hang on! What are you talking about? Yeah, he's definitely resistant to ice.
It's going!
Thank goodness.
I don't have any. I'm an ice mage, so I have to suck it up
If
for that one.
Gillanane hadn't called it away.
It'll be back.
Next time, it dies.
That thing was tough. It'll be hard to put down for good.
What happened to Treviso would have been worse if you hadn't arrived when you did. I cannot imagine how much worse.
And now we have to go to Minrathous. There might still be time to help with their dragon.
Let's go.
Well, hang on. I knew you could enchant armor because I totally enchanted all my armor. You can enchant abilities at the caretaker? No fucking way. I did a full playthrough as a rogue on normal mode and
look around.
Oh my god, some of those fights were horribly difficult. And you're telling me that I could have enchanted my abilities and made the game easier for myself? What? The game never even tells you about enchanting abilities. At least I never saw any tutorial about enchanting abilities.
Yeah, they'll pull through. I asked about Minrathous.
The Venatori had a clear
Give me a
shot
minute,
at the
because
palace
we're going
while
back
we
to the
faced a
caretaker
dragon
as soon
we
as we
could
get a break
barely
here
hurt.
and get a chance
The
to go look.
Viper
I'm
drew
like,
it away
what?
from a safe house and took a claw to the gut as
Thanks for the sub over on Twitch.
A healer
because...
could fix the wound, but the blight's already in him.
Like, I did a full 76-hour
that may slow the
clear.
corruption. That'll give me some time.
This is all you. The risen gods, the
Oh,
blight,
the Viper
the
was
dragon.
blighted.
Now the city's lost to the Venatori.
Rook isn't to blame. It is what it is.
Tension's a little high. You should go for now. I need to be here a while. See to things.
I don't know that I've unlocked enchantment on this character, so I may not be able to take a look yet. Can I go back and check my other character's save? I bet I can. Hold that thought. I have things I need to... Enchantment? Enchantment! Exactly. Hold on.
Blighted dragons, Darkspawn obeying the Venatori? Maybe Solus will know something.
The fires are lit.
Yeah, see, I haven't unlocked... Hold on. Exit to main menu. I think we've saved. Just to double check. Can I check my does it save your other character as a separate save? I would assume it does. Switch character. Thank you very much. Human rogue. Select. Load. I had no idea that you could enchant abilities. What the fuck? I'm skipping. Oh, this might be a bad place. I might actually have to, No, this is the end. I don't want to see the end. Gosh darn it. And it won't let me skip it. Hang on, guys. We're getting sidetracked. Yeah, it won't let you skip this at all. Gosh darn it. I wonder what the name of the save is that's like right before... we fixed Minrathis. We saved it.
With Elgarnon and Gillinan dead.
Skip. It's not what I wanted to do, guys. I need to find a save here that's skip. For some odd reason, I thought it would load me right into the save right before the end, but apparently it loaded me right at the very end. We gotta let it spin through. Okay, load game. No, switch character, rogue. What would be? It's not gonna be Archon's Palace. Yeah, let's go to Docktown. Point of no return save. That's what I'm looking for right there. Point of no return save. Because this will allow me to go back to the lighthouse really quick. Okay, workshop, enchant. Where do you see abilities? Select an item or ability to enchant is what it says here. I don't see any abilities. I only see equipment. Oh, fuck me. Okay, so it's not every. Okay, so it's. Okay. I did not know you could do this. So I never saw the abilities. I only ever saw the equipment. What's up? Because I went outside to get a drink and La Blanca estaba llorando mucho. Quería salir. Entonces yo fui a ver y él estaba investigando la iglesia y yo trae de aquí. Holy shit. So how can you... Okay, so it's the same system. I'll be damned. Well, it's a good thing that I haven't made my guide for this yet. Because this is on my list as the next guide I'm going to be making. Well, it's one of the next 3 guides I'm making is the enchantment. And I did not know that you could do abilities, so this is really good to know. Holy crap. I wonder how I missed that. Because I've definitely tabbed through here before. I've definitely tabbed through and been like, oh, look at all my weapons. But mostly I spend my time on the equipped panel. Because that's the, I'm only worried about the, okay. Hay tortillas? Or pan? Emo says also abilities don't show till level 5. Oh, I wonder if that's why. Maybe I never had checked. Or maybe the last time I had looked through the tabs was before I had access to the abilities, because I swear I never saw abilities on this list. I remember tabbing through and only ever seeing gear. Can you do it for the other characters? Now, see, when you get over the characters, all you're seeing is like equipped versus unequipped. Or just their equipped stuff, so it's only you. Maritime Lawyer says, I had the same reaction. It's not unlocked right away and the UI kind of hides it. God damn. Yeah, that's a game changer right there. Like, that's a game changer. Like, being able to go in here and do like 50% ability armor damage, like stuff like this is epic. How did I miss this? That's nuts. Well, now I know. The things you learn, kids. Thanks for that. I was not aware that you could enchant abilities. ¿Puedes preparar un poco de hummus con queso, porfis? Gracias. Yeah, Maritime, the game never tells you that you can... It tells you about the enchantment of items, but it never tells you about the enchantment of abilities. They need to quality of life that thing in, man. That legit needs to be a thing that they tell you about. Because I literally did a 76-hour playthrough, and whoever was that said... I gotta scroll up now, because you said you were 70 hours in before you figured it out. I think it was Completionist. Yeah, Completionist 89 says 70 plus hours in and just realized I could enchant abilities. Holy crap. Yeah, the game literally never tells you. Maritime says I only learned about it due to some random Reddit comment. That's nuts. Well, I know now I have something else to look forward to with this character then.
Manifestation.
That's crazy. Here's another question for those of you who have played mages before, because this is my first time playing a mage. So I'm only actively using my staff. Do I still get the passive benefits? Do I still get the passive bonuses of my orb and dagger, even if I'm only actively using the staff? Or do you only get the bonuses when you're actively using those as a weapon? Excuse me. Ya, uno está bien. Nah, dos, dame dos. So it's only based on what's being used? Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Alright, I think we're almost to the point where we're going to go unlock Tash, which is perfect.
What? You're hungry? I found a yam in the kitchen. Stubborn just means you'll starve.
Trouble settling in?
Doing the best I can. My job was to keep the Griffins safe, not fix their dinner.
I meant Asan.
Oh. I guess we're both adjusting.
Well, a confused griffin should fit right in around here.
Appreciate it. There's no training manual for them anymore.
I guess we'll figure it out together.
Griffins don't trust easily. Lancet and Remy had to work to win them over. They said a warden and a griffin have to move as one. Think as one. They call it Turlum. Sort of unity. But now, they're both dead.
Why'd the Gloomhowler attack the Airy?
I intend to find out. First it stalks wardens. Now it's after the Griffins.
Don't worry. You and I have a deal. We'll find them.
Appreciate that. Though it sounds like you've got your hands
Okay, so you guys are saying it applies to everything unless
Just a
specifically
tad.
stated? Alright.
Elgarnon and Gillenane. Hard to believe.
Our very own elven gods are ending the world.
That'll endear us to the rest of Thedas. But I have to say, killing a monster is one thing. Taking down the goddess of all monsters and the god of vengeance while you're at it?
I know. Our problem around here is we think too small.
Okay then. Good to know the boss can laugh about it.
Not really, but dwelling on things won't help.
What? I told you. It's yams or nothing.
Or maybe you need a new menu.
Truffles. You need truffles, man. I think we're good to talk to Solus, and then we'll probably get prompted to go get Tash, which is perfect. Tash and Emmerich, I think, are the only two left.
When last we spoke, you were hunting for followers of Elgarnon and Gillenane in hopes of finding specifics. Has your search been successful?
You could say that. It looks like both the
Fresh
Venatori
homemade
and the
hummus.
Yontam are working for Elgarnon and Gillenane.
Unsurprising.
Fresco.
The Venatori want magical secrets.
I'm gonna have the
Yontam
mic
want
off
to
while I
destroy
eat, guys,
anyone
so we'll do
opposing
this
their
dialogue
brutal
sequence as
expansion.
I'm eating my lunch
Both
here.
will
Thank you.
readily bow to anyone who promises them power.
It's more than a promise this time. The Antom and the Venatori both have dragons doing their bidding.
Dragons? That is worse than I had feared.
Yeah, we drove off the one the Antom brought to Treviso. Barely.
Have you determined how the dragons are being directed? If it is blood magic, it may be possible to disrupt their control.
The dragons were blighted. We think that's what let the gods control them.
The blight? Of course.
The blight seems to be the gods' favored tool right now. We ran into Venatori who could control Darkspawn.
Elganon would not bestow such power unless the Darkspawn were to serve as the main force of his army. And I suspect Gillenane will see the Darkspawn as new subjects for her modifications.
We've already run into a few Darkspawn nobody has seen before. That's in addition to the blighted dragons.
That is the fate Elganon and Gillenane planned for this world then. Corruption and blighted slavery.
Stop acting like you're so much better than they are. Your bullshit ritual would have destroyed the world just as badly.
Do you truly believe my goal was to destroy this world?
I believe your goal, like you said, was to transfer the gods to a better prison. The one you're stuck in now. And you were willing to tear down the Veil and destroy this world while you did so.
The Veil is a wound I cut into the Fade in a moment of desperation, while making their prison. It should not exist. I had a host of spirits ready to help when the Veil fell. They would have minimized the loss of life.
Do you have any idea what you sound like? You could have actually saved the world from the Blight, but instead, you chose to kill thousands of people with your vanity project.
It is not vanity. I broke this world. I am the only one who can fix it.
Spoken like a god.
I am not a god. I am as I have always been. A man. All too aware of his failings. But equally aware that if he did not act, accepting the judgment it would bring, all would be lost. They call me the Dread Wolf. What will they call you when this is over?
I don't care what they call me. If they're calling me anything, it means they're still alive, and that's all that matters.
Acceptance. You are willing to face the consequences your actions may one day bring because the world needs you. I believe I can work with that. If the gods are using dragons, you will wish to find someone trained to fight them. Have you unlocked the Lighthouse Illuvian?
Yeah, we found the crossroads. It's still confusing, though.
I cannot help you from in here. You may need to find an expert in the magic of the Fade. And if the Darkspawn are to be Elganon's army, you will need Grey Wardens to fight them.
I've got a few of them. Their leaders don't trust me right now, though.
I have faith in you, Rook. You seem to have a knack for gaining the cooperation of your adversaries.
So this elven god thinks we need a dragon hunter and a Fade expert.
He's right, about the dragon hunter at least. The shadow dragons did all they could. The dragon was just too much. The moment the dust settled, the Venatori rushed in. Guess they knew it was coming. Nev's staying for now. She said she'll be back soon. But at least you took care of yours.
We heard it but didn't kill it. The dragon flew off before we could put it down.
Treviso could have used a dragon hunter. That much is true.
That's hindsight talking. We didn't know a blighted dragon was coming, or that we'd need someone who could take it down.
We should not forget the second dragon in Minrathos. We ought to see what we can do to help. However, there is no telling how long Nev will be helping the Shadow Dragons with the aftermath.
Hey, let's not get stuck in our regrets, all right?
Hang on a minute. Not only have you retained the services of a demon assassin, you're also taking advice from the elven god who attempted to tear down the Veil.
Spite is my problem.
That's what they always say. Rook, Lucanus is one thing, but do you really trust this Solus?
course I don't trust him. He's the only option we have. If it makes you feel better, we've checked every piece of information he gave us.
That does make me feel better.
So a Fade expert and a dragon hunter. I'll ask around about dragon hunters and see what turns up. Come talk to me in a bit.
And I've been corresponding with someone about the lighthouse's reverberative oscillations and the resulting dimensional peculiarities. Oh, sorry, not relevant. I'll get a message through to a Fade expert immediately.
See, Rook? Nothing to worry about.
All right. We all know what to do. Let's get going.
En la mañana hice popó. Antes mi stream. All right. Talk to Valara, talk to Harding. Also talk to Davrin. Oh, give Hassan a hug. A pug? A hug.
Rook, I was thinking of taking Hassan for a walk. He could use the exercise. Chance to stretch his wings. Thought you'd like to come along.
Sure. But not right now. Later. They can enchant canal and enchant. Hold up. Fly enchantments. Enchant can now create enchant items in your inventory. Collecting mementos out in the world will let you upgrade the character's workshop. Upgrading will increase the number of enchantments you can offer and increase the power level of all weapons which you can find or purchase while adventuring. So this is where I think my confusion stems from, because I'm getting access to it right now. There's no mention of anything related to items here. Excuse me. It literally only says the power level of all weapons you can find. Can enchant items in your inventory. I don't see any mention of abilities. So, just out of sheer curiosity, fuck me. It really is right there. Somehow I missed that my first playthrough. That is nuts. Because it doesn't mention anything about abilities at all. It just says weapons and items. It doesn't. There's no terminology on those panels that we just looked at that says anything about abilities. Ha! That's crazy.
Okay, Valara, what's your lead on getting us a Fade expert for the team?
Good evening.
Greetings.
Rook, so we need a Fade expert. I've been writing to a senior mage who fits the part. But right now he's on an expedition, so I reached out to his colleagues to find him. This is Lady Myrna and Vorgoth. They're necromancers. Mournwatch ones, I mean.
Your friend's request for a Fade expert
In
was
what
urgent.
way, Zip?
How darksome are things outside Navarra?
I know I went and did a bunch of quests for the cities last time, but I didn't pursue it all the way.
About a 6?
I see. Valara's correspondent is Professor Emmerich Volkaren, a Fade expert and powerful psychagogue.
Where can I find him?
The professor is currently delving the shrouded halls in the Grand Necropolis. We will grant you passage to look for
Crossroads
him.
Merchant.
Where the dead.
I don't know
Lately,
that I
they
ever
grow
went and checked that out.
restless.
What is the Converged City? Is that big city in the sky that I saw but never went to? Like Crossroads Merchant. I never found a merchant in the Crossroads. Well, all the ghosts came back, but I don't know that I ever talked to anybody when the ghosts came back. I don't know that I ever stopped to try to talk to any of the ghosts.
So I put the word out for dragon hunters, and I've heard back about someone who might work. It's a woman named Tosh from a group of Ravini treasure hunters called the Lords of Fortune.
Sounds promising.
An agent for the Lords said that Tosh is working on a mission for them along the Ravane coast. If we help her, she'll be free to join us and fight any blighted dragons the gods throw our way.
Awesome.
I hope someone can.
Okay, so there's merchants there. All right, perfect.
Help.
Well, then I will check that.
Time to find out if the crossroads can get us to an alluvion in that area. We'll head out whenever you're ready.
Hang on, guys. I'm going to answer a couple of comments over here on YouTube. So, Culty Frog said, when you create your second character, does the first character get reset? No, because it has a second. It does its own unique save file, which is awesome. Which was a pleasant surprise, because like that was a big thing with Dragon's Dogma 2, was it only gave you the one save. They sell a lot of mementos there. Oh, I never even checked I never even knew there was merchants there. The things you miss on your first playthrough. Thanks, Chris, for lunch. Here. No, I'm done. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, that was delicious. Toasted bread, fresh homemade hummus, and some queso fresco. Drizzled with fresh olive oil. I'm so stuffed. Let's bring Hardy with us. Oh, I for sure missed a lot. So, that's why this is my completionist version. Pippin! You gonna take her Hi.
Hey.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Rook. I'm very much hoping you're Tosh.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
The Lords want to hit a cave on the coastal cliffs. Big Vincimer makes her lair there. We get her out, the Lords get in, we go home and get drunk. Might be more on Tom.
Yo vi en la parte de arriba.
Don't get in my way.
Those I actually I found and paid
good
attention
feeling
to,
about her.
like the little permanent bonus things that you get. I check merchants for those. I caught them towards the tail end of my first playthrough,
We need
so
to
I've been
lure the
actively
Vincemer
looking
out
out
of her
for them
lair.
this time
I
around.
set bait. She comes out to eat. My partners loot the lair while she's out here. We'll find the bait on the beach.
You said the dragon we're dealing
Like
with
there's
was Vincent.
gems and
Yeah.
token
Blue with
things,
the yellow belly. Breathe. It's lightning.
veggies.
Oh, one that breathes lightning? I've heard stories.
We're not fighting her.
I don't think of it as
Lords
spoon.
just want the horde in her lair.
I'm gonna wash it all down with a Hostess cupcake, man. Yeah, buddy. Although here they're not called Hostess cupcakes. Here they're called penguins. Or penguinos. Because they're black and white. You know what I'm talking about, right? Well, I think those of you who live in the United States probably know what I'm talking about. Pure sugar!
On Tom ahead. Be ready. They go hard. Watch yourself. They have Gatlock cannons.
Finish it!
Shit. This is not your land.
Eat shit, this is not your land.
They're aiming for us!
Woo! Oh, that was Tash. No, that's not Tash. No, that was Tash. Like somebody just came flipping in.
Nice one!
So you've got no problem fighting other Kunari.
I'm from Renfail. Not like I follow the Qun.
You've got the arm ropes.
Sure. I wear a lot of stuff. You don't get to tell me who I am. Doesn't matter anyway. The Entente don't follow the Qun either. Not anymore.
So what made you want to work with us?
I don't.
I thought you wanted us here to help you.
No.
What's up, Mama? What are you looking for? What's up? Oh yeah, kick the door down.
We're not fighting the dragon?
No. Vincemers eat big game. Usually sea life. They're not hostile unless you do something stupid.
Like, poke around in its lair?
Right. So we lure her out, then the lords go in and grab anything shiny.
Excuse me.
But you do kill dragons, right? You're a dragon hunter.
I kill them when they need killing. This one doesn't.
6 mana on kill. Yeah, I need everything and anything I can get to 1 mana, please. The mana pool is definitely something I have felt the burn of.
Alright, beach is up ahead.
Right. You said we'd find bait here?
Bait'll find us. Come on.
How is the bait gonna find us?
Look, deep stalkers!
Knew they'd find us.
The deep stalkers are the bait?
Yup.
Why are you making me feel sorry for them?
Quite a few of them.
Dragons have big stomachs.
Oh, so it does repel. That's cool.
That one's big. Watch out.
That's their pack leader. Take her down.
Sort of.
Your turn.
I think that's the last of them. Now what?
Now I get the fire going and make our dragon dinner.
Dragon supper.
Good. She'll like it. And this potion will put her to sleep for a few hours. But we gotta get her attention. Use the horn up there. Come on, she'll be here soon.
So we held up our end of the bargain?
You did okay. So, what do y'all do?
Right now, we're trying to take down evil god monsters and their blighted dragons.
What? That can't be right. Dragons don't get blighted. They're smart enough to avoid that crap.
However it's happening, the gods are using the blight to force dragons to attack people.
That's messed up. Somebody needs to stop them.
That's what we're doing.
There you go. A toss curry.
Where are we headed?
That old gray Warden fort. Anton might be there. I want to see what they're doing. If it's anything the Lords of Fortune need to worry about.
She responds to the horn?
This time.
You've fed her before then?
Took a while to get her used to it.
It sounds like you've got her trained.
You train a dog. You reach an understanding with a dragon.
The cool thing is there's so much stuff that I do know this time around that I can skip running around trying to find things that I know can't be accessed until certain points. Because I came back here like probably 15, 20 times during my playthrough trying to figure out how to get to the place where you can
Vincimers
find
are clumsy on land. Better in the water. They cut the surface like a knife.
The tale of the first Kunari
They dive
Warden.
down after prey like a giant.
And the reality is that you can't
Sometimes
actually
they stun
get there
schools of fish with their lightning.
until the very
Gulp 'em
end of
all
the
down in a
game,
single bite.
because that storyline that sends you into the cave, that cave is where it's all out. And I wasted at least a couple of hours trying to figure out how to get into that, you know, get into the place that the quest tracker was wanting to send me to, until I realized, oh, it's not possible. I actually have to wait until we get to that point in the story. So knowing that means I can completely skip that wasted time, if that makes sense. You don't train something that can gulp you down. That's true. Oh no, bad decision. Bad decision.
That was close. Maybe too close.
Letting us know she
Oh,
sees
I gotta
us.
remember the tips up here.
Might also be her way of saying thanks for the food.
Right. Face each other and then face back.
Someone built an entire fortress and then left it empty?
This used to be a big Grey Warden outpost. They left after the Darkspawn stopped coming.
What we get today? Nothing I'm gonna wear. Alright, back downstairs.
Yep, that's the on-tom. Let's check inside the fort.
Yeah, this is the
I wanna
part
see
I
what they're
kept
doing.
coming back there trying to figure out how to get across this, not realizing that was not something I was going to be able to do. And I kept checking back, and checking back, and checking back, and checking back, and wasting time. And now I know. I don't have to. And that's an explodable wall, which I can't do at the moment. Do I want that? I've already got my ultimate. Save that for later.
Shit. More on Tom. You're not even supposed to be here. Dust people? I'll show you weak dust people.
Burn, 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 burn.
Come on, let's keep looking.
So the on-tom took over the outpost after the Grey
Oh
Warden's
yeah, that
abandonment?
wisp puzzle is a pain in the
Yeah.
for the Warden treasure
Ravane
Jibrom.
and the Canary were at
Yeah.
peace forever. Then the Antom
That one
broke
took me a
away
while to
from
figure
the
out too,
queue and
because
invaded. But Kenari builders are part of a different caste. They didn't break away. So the Antom take
ghost.
over old forts like this instead of building their own.
Yeah, it's right around this corner. Yeah, this right here. I remember that. I don't think you can even start it though until we come back later. Oh my goodness, the yawns are starting in. That's that post-lunch food coma. Telling me, hey, you've been up since 3:30 in the morning.
Nets. The Antom are going after the Vincimer.
Is that bad? She can deal with that, right?
Not after I drugged her. Come on. They've been watching. They knew I drug her to make her sleep. Assholes!
Get ready.
Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. I think I googled one puzzle one time and I couldn't find the info that I wanted for it, so I just sort of ignored it and said, well, screw it, I'm not doing that puzzle. But I couldn't figure it out and I was tired. It was like the end of an 8-hour stream. I love that animation. Bam! What's up, buddy? What's up? Do you need scritches? Do you need scritches? Oh, meow, meow, meow. You need scritches. Smeagol, you big baby. Okay, hey. What's the rule about claws? No claws allowed. Stinky boy.
They haven't seen us yet. We can run.
Hey!
She's like, hey, I want them to see me. I love this scene.
I brought her down. She's mine by right.
Makara.
Mara Namra Benari Bala. Atash Martarost, Asitarala. Kuto.
But there's no grimdark in Dragon Age Veilguard as she proceeds to burn a dude alive.
Come on!
Alright, let's see if we can do this in one swift blow. Alright, well I'm 1 point away from getting my specializations. We're just going to pop a point, I think, right here probably. Depends on what's up here. Icy Blast. Mana regen plus 15? Oh, I can't take it yet. I gotta go here first. Oh, I have 4 points. Hold up, wait a minute. I didn't realize I was so far behind on spending points. Mana regen.
So, you breathed fire.
Yeah.
But how?
Were we supposed to know this? Because I don't remember you mentioning it.
We can talk later. Let me know when you're ready. I'll burn the chains off the dragon.
Let's do it.
Does she know we're trying to help?
No, she's pissed.
We don't have to fight her, do we?
We can run. I don't think she'll chase us.
As one dragon flew off, now safe to finish its nap, uninterrupted. Another was about to wake up. The surviving Antam poachers carried news of a fire-breathing Kunari back to their leader. Tosh and the team would soon find themselves being hunted by the Dragon King.
I gotta read this.
Wonderfully done, Tosh. While you played with the big scary dragon, we looted the shiny stuff from her cave. So, Rook, Varric's talked about you. I see he wasn't making shit up this time. They call me Isabella, among other things.
What did you find in the cave?
A lot of dragon shit, gold, some fancy trinkets, and this.
If it puts a smile on your face, that's good enough for me.
Oh, it does.
Thank you for all your efforts. This is just as I had hoped.
Rook, this is Shathan. She's our expert on Qunari artifacts.
This piece predates the Steel Age by centuries. It comes from an earlier attempt at settlement. One that left no survivors. You used your fire.
Yes,
What?
she did.
No. Were you seen by the Antam? You promised you would be careful, Evatosh. You need to be away for a while. It is good you are joining Rook's team.
I'm what?
We expect some dragon trouble, so we need a dragon hunter. You'll feel right at home.
Hooray.
Our contact here said you'd agreed to join us.
Didn't Shathan... I thought you and your mother had agreed on this.
Nope.
Whoops. Well, you'll work it out. You always do. For gold and glory, Tosh. You're welcome back whenever. Rook, pleasure doing business with you.
Indeed.
Mother, what did you do?
I thought you would enjoy the chance to work with Rook's team. Do you not wish to stop these blighted dragons?
Of course I do. I might have decided to join on my own. Maybe after you talked to me.
I talked to you about not using your fire in front of the Antam.
Angsty teen.
I will prepare potions for you to take. Would you prefer ginger or lavender?
The ginger.
Hassam Vinek. Rook, you will keep her safe.
Well, it must be nice to have your mother so involved in your life. Anyway, welcome to the team. Might not be what you wanted, but we could really use the help.
I'll get my stuff. Hey. It is.
Sorry?
Joining your team. It is what I wanted.
Glad to hear it.
Cool. Well, that's the primary. That's my first major objective with this particular. This is my second playthrough. First major objective was to get Tash into my team and get her recruited, because that's going to be my romance interest for this playthrough. Oh, and Lucanus is going to be the backup with her. Alright. Now, obviously, we still have Emmerich, but that's another day, because we're not doing Emmerich today. Do we have other conversations? We do have multiple conversations. Everybody's got timers. However, I got to read this comment. This made me laugh. This is on my final review of the game. I really disliked this game and refunded it personally. I really disliked a lot of this game and refunded it personally. So everywhere you play, the only way you get a refund is if you play, well, Steam in particular, you can't refund on Xbox and PlayStation unless there's some sort of a technical reason. It's almost impossible to get a refund from PlayStation and Xbox. Once you've made a purchase, you're in. You've really got to have like legitimate reasons. Steam is the only place that you can refund after you've played the game. So this person is likely talking about from a Steam perspective. So I really disliked a lot of this game and refunded personally. You can't say that you disliked a lot of this game, because a lot of this game isn't 2 hours or less of gameplay, because the only way you get a refund on Steam is 2 hours or less. So there is not a lot of anything when you've done less than 2 hours of something. The fact that DA the Veilguard is in the Game of the Year discussion is why people like myself question the integrity of game reviews and reviewers in general. There are simply no metrics to support why this game should receive a nomination beyond big corpo reviews. Jesus. I gotta answer this. That's crazy. That was a dirty look from Rook. That was. But I have Tash. And that was the most important thing, was getting Tash into my party. Because now we could let the romancing begin, which I have no idea how it's going to pan out. Because, as Deuce Bigelow would say, that's a huge bitch.
Usually have to dodge traps and fight spiders to see this much old elven stuff. Talk to Isabella if you want to sell any of it. She'll get you a good deal.
Spoken like a veteran treasure hunter.
Yep, for gold and glory. The lords make runs no one else can. Isabella's undies would catch fire if she saw all this.
Bet you deal with a lot of nasty traps during those treasure hunts.
Yep.
What's the most complicated one you've dealt with?
Old elven armory. Had letters on tiles. Probably supposed to spell out the name of a god or something.
Probably.
I don't read elven. Found handholds in the ceiling and swung across.
That sounds more like a puzzle than a trap.
Ugh, puzzles.
See, I like some puzzles, but not when they're just thrown in.
Right?
I ran into one while traveling with Varric. It was one of those who sits in which seat things.
Ugh. Where the guy with an axe has to sit to the left of the guy who likes brandy.
Yeah, there's no stats for Origin sales,
Exactly.
also no stats for
Who cares that
PlayStation, no
much about
stats for
seating
Xbox. All we can
arrangements?
see is the amount
Why
of
is
reviews
that controlling the lock on
and
an
the
ancient treasure
type of
chest?
reviews, which are impressive on both
Vashidon,
counts.
just pick a chair.
So why do the Lords of Fortune care enough about dragons to have a dedicated dragon hunter?
Lots of great old crap ends up in dragon hordes.
Why do dragons care about gathering treasure? It's not like they go to the market.
Dragons like metals and gems. Anything glittery catches their eye.
Huh, so they're like really large magpies?
Kinda. And they live for centuries. Lots of time to gather a bunch of shiny crap. Plus all the gear carried by idiots who thought they could kill a dragon.
I'd appreciate it if you avoided fencing any of the elven artifacts, unless Bellara tells you it's okay.
Don't worry about that. The Lords of Fortune aren't thieves.
I mean, aren't you, though?
Nah. Anything we hunt is salvage. Old forgotten ruins and crap. And we make sure we're not screwing over a culture that lost it. That's what my mother does with the Kunari stuff.
We should do this again. Grab a drink, share our tallest tales.
Okay, I was gonna go back to Renfail later. Got a thing to do for my mother. You can come along, if you want.
Sure.
Do I need to be ready for combat or traps?
Nah.
All right. Just let me know when.
All right. I'm going to wrap it up here, everybody. We did about 8 hours today between the initial stream where the internet cut out and this one, which we're closing in on 7 hours now. So that's enough for me today. I will be back again tomorrow morning for more of the same as we continue our second playthrough, which is all the way through until Stalker 2 drops on the 20th. So we've still got quite a bit of runway ahead of us. Stick around, we've got more Dragon Age Veilguard guides and content coming to you, as well as other news and other fun stuff. If you were watching on Twitch today and you joined for the first time, don't forget over on YouTube is where the main day-to-day stuff happens. Game guides, reviews, discussions, all that stuff. I have a brand new channel spun out for my movie content and TV shows. We're going to be starting with Dune Prophecy and... shit, I forget what the other show was. Oh, Silo Season 2. Both of which start on November 15th. So if you're not following that channel, pay attention on Discord and YouTube and etc. because I've got links to it out already. It's Renfail Reviews is the YouTube channel. There's no content on it yet. It's just a channel you can follow. But we will be getting show reviews. I may do some reviews before then. Chris and I just watched The Book of Eli the other day, and I think that's a fun film. I might do a review on that. You never know. But that's going to be where all of my upcoming content for TVs and films and stuff is going to be hosted, where it used to be hosted on this channel. So make sure to follow along there. Don't forget the Patreon for my work as a sci-fi and fantasy author, the Discord for our greater gaming community, and all the socials. Have a great night, everybody. Have a great rest of your Sunday. Don't let the haters get to you. I'll see you next time.